So in this lecture we're going to look at 7 words related to engineering. And here are the 7 words: analog, automate, hydraulic, hydroelectric, laser, prototype, optical. So the first word is analog. Analog. Analog technology involves measuring, storing, or recording information by using physical quantities that are variable. For example, voltage and temperature. It's the opposite, really, of digital technology, digital measurements. Analog. In American English, we often spell it like this. So, for example, the analog signals from a videotape are converted into digital code. Digital TV is a more efficient way of delivering signals than analog transmissions. I'm old enough to remember when we had only analog transmissions for the TV channels. So you have analog signal, analog transmission, analog recording, analog technology. It's a very specialised word, so there are no synonyms for the word here. Automate is your next word. Automate. If you automate something, you put in machines which can do the work instead of people. So you have lots of robots. You can automate a factory, for example. Here's a factory in Germany that is automated. Unskilled jobs are going to be automated in the future. They decided to automate many of the manual processes. Manual is by hand. It was a self-service, fully automated program. And so we can automate a process, automate a system, and systems can be fully automated or partly automated. So it's a verb, so we can have automates, automating, automated, which works as an adjective as well. And also you can talk about the process, which is automation. So the automation of the factory has been completed. So automate. Some synonyms for automate: mechanize, make automatic, and possibly this word robotize. It's not very frequently used though. Your next word is hydraulic. Hydraulic. Hydraulic equipment or machines use or are run by fluids that are under pressure, such as water or oil. So the huge cylinder on the back of this truck was lifted by hydraulics, by a liquid under pressure, basically by pushing the liquid into the lifting mechanism. Hydraulic. The word comes from the Greek. Hydro means water in Greek. So with a slight change in spelling, hydra. We'll see another hydro word shortly. Some example sentences: the boat has no fewer than 5 hydraulic pumps. Below 500 meters, depth does not appear to be related to hydraulic conductivity. Hydraulic pressure is involved in lowering the landing gear and in controlling the airplane. So we often talk about a hydraulic pump, hydraulic system. Hydraulic pressure is very common. Hydraulic brake. And hydraulics is the study and the use of hydraulic systems, hydraulics. Hydroelectric, let's stay on the water theme. Hydroelectric means relating to or involving electricity made from the energy of moving water. So here's a hydroelectric dam. and the water moving through the dam generates lots of electricity. Hydroelectric, and again, here's that word hydro, the Greek word for water. Engineers say the river has huge potential for developing hydroelectric power. The region contains many factories powered by a hydroelectric dam. We made big things like steel for ships and tractors and turbines for hydroelectric plants. So we often talk about hydroelectric power and hydroelectric power stations. You can have a hydroelectric project, hydroelectric dam as well. And hydroelectricity is the electricity made from hydroelectric dams and power stations. Laser is your next word, laser. A laser is a narrow beam of light, of concentrated light, produced by a special machine like the ones here in the picture. And they have many uses. They can cut very hard materials. They can be used in surgery and also in telecommunications too. So for example, therapies currently under investigation include laser surgery. Researchers found that a tunable laser beam might be useful in surgery. And the Air Force started to use laser-guided bombs. So you can have a laser beam, laser surgery, you aim a laser, and you can use a laser as well. And your next word is prototype. Prototype. A prototype is a new type of machine or device which isn't yet ready to be made in large numbers and sold. It's a way to test out a new machine or a new device. It's like a test model. Here's a prototype of a beautiful car powered by solar power, which was built in Germany. It's a prototype. The word proto, again, it's Greek. It means first, or the first type of something. So prototype is the first type of a machine or a device. He has built a prototype of a machine called the wave rotor. They launched a prototype of their solar-powered car. He quietly built a prototype of the machine in his garage, or garage, as some people pronounce it. So you can have a prototype of something, such as a device or a car. You build a prototype, and you make a working prototype. So, for example, the car we looked at was a working prototype. It worked. It wasn't just a model. It does something. So model is sometimes a synonym of prototype, but a model doesn't necessarily work. It just might look like the finished product. A mock-up, possibly a precursor of a finished product. Optical is your next word, optical. Optical devices and processes and effects involve light or vision or images. It's basically anything to do with vision, light or images. Here's an optical telescope, so you can look at the stars. Volcanic dust in the atmosphere creates interesting optical effects. An optical zoom on a camera physically adjusts the lens to magnify a distant object. And then came an all-optical experiment using an optical fibre to transmit data. So we talk about optical fibre. A lot of the internet works through optical fibres. So using light pulses of light to send data through optical fibres on the internet. You can have an optical telescope. Lots of cameras today have an optical zoom and an optical illusion as well. So optical, some synonyms for optical. Visual is the best one. There aren't really any more synonyms that I can think of for optical. It's a very specialised word. So there are your 7 engineering words: analog, automate, hydraulic, hydroelectric, laser, prototype, optical. In this lecture, I'm going to take you through 7 words connected with business. And here are those 7 words: enterprise, entrepreneur, found, franchise, merge, restructure, and subsidiary. So the first word is enterprise. Enterprise. An enterprise is a business or a company. It can be quite small. It's often used to describe small businesses. It can also be used to describe a project. And also, in a more general sense, enterprise can mean a hard-working or creative spirit. But the most common use is for a kind of small business, often one that tries to innovate in some way. Here are some example sentences. Small enterprises are flourishing under current government policies. Flourishing means doing really well. It's one of Hungary's most successful enterprises. Their enterprise, energy and thrift made them natural leaders in the community. This third sentence shows the hard-working, creative sense of the word enterprise. Common collocations: a commercial enterprise, a profitable enterprise, private enterprise, and sometimes state enterprise. And here is again the word enterprise. You can have enterprising. You have an adjective, enterprising. And some synonyms for enterprise: business, company, and firm are general words for enterprise. Activity, project, undertaking. Those last 3 words, activity, project, undertaking, are the idea of an enterprise as a project. Now, somebody who runs an enterprise is an entrepreneur. So an entrepreneur is someone who sets up an enterprise, who sets up a business, often again small, sometimes on their own, and it suggests a business person with qualities such as creativity, determination, drive. Here's an entrepreneur at work on his MacBook. So some examples. The two entrepreneurs set up their company 2 years ago. The government is providing financial incentives for entrepreneurs to innovate. Bill Fish, the Californian entrepreneur, founded a new internet search engine in 2006. So some common collocations. You can have a successful entrepreneur, a budding entrepreneur. That's somebody who wants to become an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur founds. The word found we'll come to later in the course, but it means starts. So you found a business. And an entrepreneur builds a business as well. The first word there, a successful entrepreneur. You can of course have a failed entrepreneur. And entrepreneurs is the plural. And you can turn entrepreneur into an adjective. Entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurial spirit. Here's a noun, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship. And some synonyms for entrepreneur: businessman or businesswoman, or business owner. And another word for owner is proprietor. Proprietor has a slightly different sense from entrepreneur, but it's fairly close. And a solopreneur is an entrepreneur who works on his or her own. So they have only one person themselves running the business. The next word is found. Found. In the business sense, when you found a company, you start it, you set it up. Nothing to do here with the verb to find. Actually, the verb is to found. To found. So it's when you start an organization. So, for example, Facebook was founded by Mark Zuckerberg. The business, founded in 1923, recently suffered severe financial setbacks. And he founded the company in 2007. So he started the company in 2007. We often talk about a company being founded by somebody. Founded by Mark Zuckerberg. Founded by Richard Branson. Founded in 1953. Founded in 2006. So you found a business. Or you found an organization. So the word found is a verb again. In the present simple, it's founds. Founding. Founded is the very common. See, he founded Facebook. He founded Virgin. You can also get the noun foundation. Foundation is the start of something. So when a company was started, it had its foundation. So the foundation of the company was in 1923. He founded the company in 1923. So synonyms: begin, start, initiate. Form is quite a close synonym. He formed Facebook. Establish and organize. Our next word is franchise. Franchise. Often, large companies like McDonald's and Starbucks, often food companies or drinks companies, they allow other businesses to sell their goods or their services, their products, and they can use their branding as well. So if you want to set up your own Starbucks, then you buy a franchise from Starbucks and you sell Starbucks coffee through your own business. You have set up a Starbucks franchise or a McDonald's franchise. They won the franchise to run the railway system, so you can also have a franchise for transport systems. The franchise holders were unhappy with the policies of the parent company. So the parent company would be the international headquarters of Starbucks or McDonald's or the national headquarters of the railway system. She bought a franchise to run a Starbucks coffee shop in the new shopping centre. Some common collocations: you often talk about a fast food franchise, franchise holders, franchise owners, and you can run a franchise. Franchises. You can do franchising. If you sell franchises, you do franchising. There aren't really any synonyms for franchise because it's such a specialized business term. Our next word is merge. Merge. If one thing merges with another thing, they come together. They combine to make one whole thing. So here on this road sign 3 roads merge to become one road, one bigger road in fact. We often get mergers, 2 rivers often merge, so 2 rivers merge to become one river. If 2 companies merge, they form one new company, and it's often bigger than the other 2 older companies. So for example, the Bank of America merged with Merrill Lynch, and they formed one gigantic financial organisation and made lots of money. Modern and traditional architectural elements merge in a clever way. So here styles can merge as well. Elements can merge. We talk about merge with, merge into, merge together. Merge is a verb, so you can have mergers. So it merges, merging, merged. And for a noun, you can have the word merger, merger. You can also put in a suffix. No, you can't. You can put in a prefix. You can put a prefix before the word merge. So, for example, the word emerge, emerge. So if you come out of a crowd of people, you emerge. So you come out of the merged crowd and you're on your own. The opposite of merge is unmerge. This is when 2 things separate. It's the opposite of merge. But we normally in English say separate or split. Unmerge is not that common. Some synonyms for merge: amalgamate, join, blend, which is very good for styles. So architectural styles blend together. You blend colours. Combine and unite. Our next word is restructure. Restructure. If you restructure an organisation, you change the way it is organised, usually to make it operate more effectively. And at the start of the word restructure, you've got the prefix re, which means again. So if you restructure, then you structure something again. So for example, the president called on educators to help him restructure the American education system. Many banks were forced to restructure after the banking collapse of 2008. Yes, there's a typing error there. It should be many banks. And they made every effort to restructure their company. So we have this collocation, very common: restructure the company, restructure the economy. If you restructure something in a big way, you radically restructure, completely change something, you radically restructure it, successfully restructure. So you can have restructures, restructuring, restructured. And some synonyms for restructure: reorganize, reform, reconstruct, reshuffle. And our last word is subsidiary. Subsidiary. Not subsidiary. You can see the word diary on the end, but no, subsidiary. A subsidiary is a company which is part of a large and bigger company. Subsidiary. You can see this with the prefix sub. Sub means under, which kind of emphasizes that a subsidiary is under a larger organisation, under the headquarters of the company. So for example, British Asia Airways is a subsidiary of British Airways. It's one of 10 subsidiaries of Cossack Holdings, and CNPC agreed to buy a 10% holding in Vankoneft, a subsidiary of Rosneft, the Russian oil company, I believe. Common collocations: a subsidiary of a company, a subsidiary company, and a wholly owned subsidiary. And the plural of subsidiary, subsidiaries. And some synonyms, not many. The only one that is kind of close to subsidiary is subordinate, like a subordinate company, but it's a very specialised word, subsidiary, so not many synonyms there. So there are your 7 business words: enterprise, entrepreneur, found, franchise, merge, restructure, and subsidiary. Welcome to the lecture on business and finance vocabulary. And here are your 7 words for this lecture: audit, compensate, reimburse, revenue, turnover, creditor, debtor. The first word then is audit. Audit. An audit is an examination, often of a company's financial accounts by an accountant. So here you have some accountants auditing people's accounts, business accounts. Here are some example sentences. Each year they audit our accounts and check if they are accurate. They plan to audit the company. The bank found out the problem when they carried out an internal audit. In this third sentence, audit is being used as a noun. So an accountant audits things. Accounts, usually you can audit accounts. You can audit a company, and you can carry out a company audit. So as a verb, audit, audits, auditing, audited. An auditor is the person that carries out the audit. So some synonyms for audit: investigation, inspection. These are the noun synonyms for audit. Check, analysis, review, scrutiny as well. And here's your next word: compensate. Compensate. If you compensate someone, you give them money or things to replace something that was lost or damaged. So here, somebody is compensating somebody else with some money. And here you are being compensated. Well done, you're being compensated by this lady. When the bank collapsed, the government compensated customers for their losses. She promised to compensate her victims for the trauma they suffered. The court ordered him to pay $300 compensation. So in the third sentence, compensation is a noun. So you can compensate someone. You can compensate for a loss. You can be fully compensated and adequately compensated. So as a verb, you can have compensates, compensating, compensated, and compensation is the noun. And some synonyms: pay back, repay, make up for, reimburse. And here, in fact, is the word reimburse. So very similar to compensate. If you reimburse someone for something, you pay them back some money, often to cover a loss or to refund money for damaged goods. So again, like compensation, reimburse is you're giving something back to someone for a loss. And again, there you have the prefix re, which means again, imburse is not a word that's used today, but it basically means in the purse, in purse. A purse is a wallet, so it contains money. So literally reimburse means back in the purse. Some example sentences. Participants will have their travel expenses reimbursed. The funds will reimburse policyholders in the event of insurer failure. She is demanding reimbursement for her medical expenses. So you can reimburse someone for, you can reimburse costs, reimburse expenses. You can seek reimbursement. And forms for reimburse: reimburses, reimbursing, reimbursed. And a reimbursement is the noun form, the process of reimbursing someone. And some synonyms for reimburse: compensate, of course, pay back, repay, refund. And here's the next word: revenue. Revenue. So money that a company, organisation, or a government receives from people. So, for example, through a sale, through sales or through taxes, is revenue. Revenue. Money coming in. So, for example, last year, we enjoyed a massive increase in revenue. The government increased revenue by raising taxes. Fishing is the town's main source of revenue, the main source of money coming in. So you can generate revenue, you can boost revenue, you can raise revenue, and you can get extra revenue as well for something. Some synonyms for revenue: income, profit, proceeds, funds, earnings, receipts, or simply money. And here's the next word: turnover. Turnover. So the turnover of a company is the value of goods or services it sells. It's a company's total income before taking off expenses. It's the total income of a company. So, for example, the company had a turnover of $1.2 billion in 2015. Total turnover rose by 13%. The third sentence is a slightly different use of the word turnover. The manager admitted that staff turnover was high. Staff turnover is the staff leaving the company. So if staff turnover is high, it's usually a bad thing because lots of staff are leaving. So staff turnover, different use of the word turnover. You can have a turnover of, annual turnover, high turnover, staff turnover. And some synonyms: revenue, income, earnings. Turnover is not the same as profits. Profits is income minus expenditure. Turnover is just the income. Your next word: creditor. Creditor. Creditors are people who you owe money to. So they're people that give you money, and eventually you will pay it back, or you should pay it back. But before you do pay the money back, the people that gave you the money are your creditors. So this man here, a very dodgy looking man, is giving me some money. When I take the money, he becomes my creditor. I owe him the money. Banks are often creditors today. Creditor comes from the word credit, which actually comes from the Latin verb which means to believe. Credere means to believe. So it's money given in the belief that it will be repaid. So, for example, the company said that it would repay all its creditors. It will be the second bailout of Greece and its creditor banks. You must pay back your creditors within 30 days. So you can have creditor banks, you can owe a creditor, you can repay a creditor, you can persuade a creditor to give you more time to pay the money back. So creditor is a noun, so you can have lots of creditors. And the synonyms for creditor: bank, normally a creditor's banker; lender. Loan shark is a bad, nasty kind of creditor. Somebody who gives loans to poor people at a high rate of interest. So a loan shark is a very nasty creditor. A debtor is kind of the opposite of creditor. So a debtor is somebody who owes money to a creditor. So if you took the money from the man with the cigar, then you are a debtor. You owe somebody money. And here's a debtor. He's got lots of bills to pay. He's deep in debt. And here's the word debt. So a debtor is in debt. They must pay money back to somebody. Debtors must manage their finances carefully. If you are a debtor, we can give you financial advice. In Europe, economic decisions often pit creditor nations against debtor nations. So a debtor owes money. A debtor repays. You can have a debtor country and a debtor nation. Again, it's a noun, so debtors. And some synonyms for debtor. Well, borrower is the best one I can think of. A borrower, somebody who borrows money. So there are your 7 business words: audit, compensate, reimburse, revenue, turnover, creditor, and debtor.
In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected to business finance, business money. And the 7 words are gross, net, liquidate, quarter, return, tariff, quota. The first word is gross. Gross. The word gross, when talking about money, means total, the whole amount. So there's a picture of an apple. It's a whole apple. So gross means whole. For example, Apple recorded a gross profit last year of $88 billion. So this is before they had to pay out things like tax. So their total profit was $88 billion. This bank account offers a gross interest rate of 3.4%. So in other words, before tax. She earned $236,000 gross last year. So gross here is being used as an adverb. So she earned a gross amount. She earned gross. Titanic grossed $28 million in its opening weekend. So here it's being used as a verb. So again, before they paid out tax, the amount that Titanic made was $28 million. It's the gross amount. So gross, as I said before, it can be used as a verb, grosses, grossing, grossed. but normally it's used as a noun or an adjective. So we talk about gross profits, gross income, gross interest. And here it's used as a verb. The movie grossed. And some synonyms: total, whole, entire, and also pre-tax. Pre-tax, before tax. So gross, the total amount of something before taxes have been taken away. The next word is net. Net. So a net amount, as opposed to a gross amount, a net amount is one which remains when everything that should be taken away, such as tax, has been taken away. So it contrasts with gross. We talk about gross profit before tax, net profit after tax. For example, last year we saw an increase in our net profit. So a net profit is what remains after taxes and expenses have been subtracted. Net incomes are expected to rise next year. So after tax incomes. So this is how much people earn after they've paid tax. Profits are just over $50,000 net. So here net is being used as an adverb. Talk about net income, net profit, net gain, and net of something. Some synonyms: final, remaining, eventual. But these are not close synonyms. Net is quite a precise word. Net. The next word is liquidate. Liquidate. If you liquidate a company, then you close it down, you finish the company, and you sell all of its assets, usually because the company is in debt and it needs to pay off the debt. So you liquidate the company, you sell off its assets. And it comes from liquid. So when you turn assets, buildings, machinery, if you liquidate it, you're turning it into money, liquid cash. Some example sentences: a unanimous vote was taken to liquidate the company, so to close the company. The court has appointed a receiver to liquidate the company. So a receiver is someone who does the liquidating. The company closed down operations and began liquidating its assets. So it started to sell off its assets for money. Liquidate is a verb, so liquidates, liquidating, liquidated. The process, the noun, is liquidation. Liquidation. So liquidation is the process of liquidating a company. Some common collocations: you liquidate a company, you liquidate assets, so you turn assets into money. And we talk about voluntary liquidation. So when a company wants to, it decides itself to close down. It's a voluntary liquidation. But sometimes companies are told by a judge, by a court, that they must close down, and that's a compulsory liquidation. Some synonyms: sell off or sell up, pay off. So there you are, liquidate. The next word is quarter. Quarter. Now, in business terms, a quarter is a fixed period of time, 3 months, a quarter of a year, 3 months. Companies often divide their financial year into 4 quarters, into 4 periods of 3 months. Quarter. Some example sentences. The company's 3rd quarter results will be published tomorrow. The company performed better than expected in the current financial quarter. It makes no difference whether dividends are paid quarterly or annually. So here, quarterly is an adverb, the adverb form of quarter. Quarterly. And some common collocations: the 1st quarter, also of course the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th quarter, the previous quarter, the current quarter. And as an adverb, we can talk about quarterly profits. No synonyms really, it just simply means 3 months. Quarter. The next word is return. Return. A return on an investment is the profit you get from that investment. For example, profits have improved, but the return on our investments remains low. Higher returns on an investment usually mean higher risk. The company showed lower returns this year. So it's a noun, so the plural is returns. And some common collocations: we expect a return on our investments. We maximize a return. We can talk about a higher return or a lower return, and annual return. So the annual amount we get back on our investments is the annual return. Some synonyms: profit, earnings, so profit on an investment, earnings on an investment, income, yield, and revenue. Revenue. So return. The next word, and in fact the next 2 words, are connected with trade. And the first of the words is tariff. Tariff. A tariff is a tax that a government collects on goods and sometimes services that come into a country. So, for example, Canada wants to eliminate tariffs on agricultural goods. So agricultural goods coming into Canada, Canada wants to remove those taxes on goods coming into Canada. Protectionist policies lead to a rise in tariffs. So if you increase tariffs, you're protecting your country from imports. The WTO has been successful in reducing tariffs globally. So tariff is a noun, so you can talk about tariffs. A tariff on goods, a tariff on imports. If they go up, if tariffs go up, we talk about a tariff increase or a tariff reduction. And some common synonyms for tariff: tax, duty. Duty is a very common synonym for tariff. Levy, excise, excise, and charge. So tariff. The next word is quota. Quota. A quota is a limited number, a limited amount of something which is officially allowed into a country. So we can talk about a quota of meat, a quota of electronic goods. And quotas are often used in trade agreements between countries. So for example, South Korea now imposes quotas on beef imports to protect its weak farm industry. So South Korea says that only a certain amount of beef can come into South Korea. The quota of 4 tickets per person had been reduced to 2. The new law will force employers to adopt a quota system when recruiting workers. So quota is a noun, so quotas. And we talk about a quota system. You impose a quota. You can have a quota on imports. If you're specifying the amount, you say a quota of 10 tons. So 10 tons of meat, for example. And some synonyms: allowance, allocation. But quota is quite a precise noun. Quota. So there are your 7 words for business finance: gross, net, liquidate, quarter, return, tariff, quota. So can you remember these words? So have a go at the practice quiz and the vocabulary record to help you remember those 7 words.
In this lecture, we're going to be looking at words connected with economics. And here are your 7 words: boom, slump, GDP, deficit, surplus, macroeconomic, and microeconomic. So the first word is boom. Boom. If there is a boom in the economy, there is a big increase or a rapid increase in the growth of the economy. Maybe people are buying more things in the shops, there are more jobs, so things are improving very quickly. There is a boom. Growth is happening. There was an economic boom in China during the 1990s. The real estate market was booming. It was increased. Prices of houses were going up. Government policy saw a cycle of boom and bust. Boom and bust are opposites. So when there is a boom, things are improving. When there is a bust, nobody has any money, or few people have money. People lose jobs. Businesses stop working. They go out of business if there is a bust. So government policy is making things improve, and then things get worse, then improve again, then things get worse. It's a very common collocation. Boom and bust. We talk about the boom years. The baby boom. So the baby boom is after the Second World War, when lots of soldiers, millions of soldiers, went home to their hometowns, back to their wives. There was a baby boom because the soldiers and their wives made lots of babies. Lots of babies were born during the baby boom. It's when lots of babies are born, when the birth rate goes up. And economic boom is very common too. Booming, boomed is a verb form. And some synonyms for boom: expansion, growth, soar, spurt, upsurge, and upturn. So you can use boom as a verb and as a noun as well. You can say there was a boom. Now the word bust I mentioned just now, another word for bust is slump. Slump. It's when there is a decrease in economic growth or stagnation, so there are fewer jobs. People spend less money. For example, the collapse in the banking sector led to an economic slump. Net profits slumped by 41%. There was a significant slump in the housing market, so things went down. Housing prices went down. So we talk about an economic slump, a sales slump, housing slump, and a slump in something. So a slump in housing, a slump in sales, a slump in the economy. So here's that synonym for slump, bust. Decline is another word. Decrease. Downturn. Recession. Recession is when a country's economy stops growing for 3/4 of the year. And when that gets even worse, when a country stops growing for maybe years, we call it a depression. So a depression is worse than a recession. Your next phrase is GDP, which stands for Gross Domestic Product. So a country's gross domestic product, the GDP, it's a measurement, an indicator of how productive a country is. So the GDP measures the total value of goods and services produced within a country in 1 year. And it's often used to compare the wealth of countries and also of the wealth of the average person in each country. So, for example, the GDP per capita of Poland is $13,500. Per capita means per head or per person. So that means the wealth of each person in Poland in 1 year is $13,500. 8.4% of Thailand's GDP comes from agriculture. So 8.4% of the wealth of Thailand comes from agriculture. South Korea's GDP increased by 3% in 2013. So we talk about GDP per capita, which means per head. Capita is the Latin word for head, and it means really per person. Annual GDP, increase in GDP, and a decline in GDP. There are no synonyms. You could use the synonym wealth, perhaps, but it's not. GDP is a very specialised word, so not really any synonyms there. Surplus is your next word. So a surplus is extra resources or money greater than what is needed. So a country with an economic surplus has more income coming in from things like taxes than what it is actually spending. So, for example, the government's policies created a large surplus. An increase in tax revenues generated a budget surplus. So more tax but less spending, or spending stayed the same, so there was a budget surplus. That means that the government got more income than it spent. Here's a slightly different example, the eminent professor. Eminent is a very important, for a professor, very wise. So the eminent professor has a surplus of knowledge and wisdom. He has more knowledge and wisdom than he can use. Very good thing. He's so wise and so knowledgeable. He's got more than he will ever need. He has a surplus. We talk about budget surplus, economic surplus, an increasing surplus, a decreasing surplus. And some synonyms for surplus: excess, leftover, and unused. Unused money, unused resources. Now the opposite of surplus is this word, deficit. Deficit. A deficit is when you don't have enough resources, when you don't have enough money for what you need. So a country with an economic deficit spends more money than it gets in from things like taxes. So they're finally ready to cut the budget deficit next year. The Greek government ran a budget deficit of €3 billion last year. And there is a balance of payment deficit. A balance of payment deficit is when there is more, when a country has more imports than it has exports. So there's kind of more products coming into a country than going out. Talk about deficit reduction, reduce the deficit, budget deficit. And this last one is attention deficit disorder. It's when children in school are unable to pay attention, to concentrate in the classroom. So maybe they often have what teachers call attention deficit disorder, or ADD. So synonyms for deficit: shortfall, lack, arrears, and shortage. So 2 more words: macroeconomic and microeconomic. Macroeconomic is to do with economics that is concerned with the big stuff, with major general features of a country's economy, such as the level of inflation, unemployment, or bank interest rates. Macro means big. So basically it means big economics, big scale, large scale economics. So for example, greater macroeconomic stability is a major aim of government policy. Macroeconomic policy failed to establish a stable rate of low inflation. Macroeconomic data suggests that there will not be enough young people entering the workforce in the next 10 years. So it's all the big stuff about economics, government policy, inflation, the workforce. So we talk about macroeconomic policies, macroeconomic management, macroeconomic stability, and conditions too. So macroeconomic, it's an adjective. To turn it into a noun, you just add the S. So the study of macroeconomic issues is just called macroeconomics. No synonyms, it's so specialized. And here's microeconomic, which is macroeconomics is a branch of economics that is concerned with the small individual features of a country's economy, such as the workings of a particular company or a particular market, or even the supply of a single product. Micro means small, so it's small economics, small scale economics. So the microeconomics module of the economics course is always popular with students. It's an interesting subject. Macroeconomics is concerned with the efficient supply of particular products. His study into the success of the iPhone was a model example of microeconomic research. And like macroeconomics, we talk about policies, management, microeconomic theory, microeconomic reform as well. Again, it's an adjective. To turn it into a noun, add the S. So microeconomics is the study of microeconomic issues. So there are your 7 economics words: boom, slump, GDP, deficit, surplus, macroeconomic, and microeconomic. So in this lecture we're going to look at some words connected with the environment. And your 7 words are biodiversity, ecosystem, fossil fuel, landfill, refuse, unspoiled, and green belt. And the first word is biodiversity. Biodiversity. Biodiversity is used when we talk about the wide variety of plant and animal life, usually in their natural environment. So here you have a jungle. There's a great biodiversity of animals in the rainforest, in the jungle. So biodiversity, the prefix bio means life. If you ever see bio at the start of a word, It means something to do with life, so biodiversity, a wide range, a diversity of life. Some example sentences. The environmental program encourages farmers to preserve biodiversity. We must preserve and protect the great biodiversity of the oceans. And you can have a biodiversity of something, of animals, of plants, of oceans, of rainforests. You can conserve biodiversity if you protect it, and protect it here as well. Protect biodiversity. And the opposite, threaten. You threaten biodiversity if you destroy the rainforests, for example. So some synonyms. It's a very specialised word, but you could say variety of animal life, variety of plant life, range of plant life and animal life. Your next word is ecosystem. Ecosystem. An ecosystem is all the plants and animals that live in a particular area and the relationship between them. So here is a marine ecosystem, and the animals and the plants in this ecosystem, they interact, they interrelate, they're interdependent. Eco is short for ecological, so ecosystem means ecological system. Here's some examples. Kenya's ecosystems include rainforest, deserts, and savanna. Overfishing has destabilized marine ecosystems. Here's one that a more wide use of the word ecosystem, to do with Apple. The success of Apple's ecosystem depends on hardware-software integration. And some collocations in marine ecosystem, a balanced ecosystem. If it's balanced, it works well. Fragile, so it's in danger, and you can damage the ecosystem. And some synonyms for ecosystem. Again, it's a very specialised word, but environment is similar, not exactly the same. Organisation, network, perhaps, association. None of these, though, kind of give the sense of life there, certainly not the last three. Fossil fuel is your next word. Fossil fuels are materials like coal, oil or gas. Things you burn to make energy. And their coal, oil and gas are made from the decayed remains of plants and animals. And you find them deep under the ground or under the sea, and they're crushed by rock, melted by heat, and over millions of years they decayed into oil, gas, and coal. Here's some fossil fuel being burnt gas. By using less energy, we'll burn fewer fossil fuels and emit fewer greenhouse gases. Fossil fuels contribute to global warming because they contain carbon from animals and plants. The fossil fuel companies, including the big oil companies, are amongst the richest in the world. The government wants to cut back on fossil fuel exploration. So you can burn fossil fuels, consume and use fossil fuels. And they're dirty. Dirty fossil fuels. Coal especially is very dirty. Pollutes the atmosphere. Again, fossil fuel is very specialised, but it is a non-renewable energy. So we talk about non-renewables as well when we talk about fossil fuel. So coal, oil and gas are non-renewables. Your next word is landfill. Landfill. A landfill is a way of getting rid of or removing rubbish, litter, by burying it in the ground. Here's a landfill site full of rubbish. So you bury rubbish in the ground. Usually you cover it up afterwards when it's full up. So landfill. You fill the land with rubbish. Some examples of its use: the environmental costs of landfill can be very high. The rubbish in modern landfills does not rot. An 11-acre landfill site in Massachusetts now hosts a 9,620 panel, 2.2 megawatt solar plant. They built a solar-powered plant on top of a landfill. So landfill site is a very, very common collocation. Increasingly, governments talk about a landfill tax, landfill waste. Landfill gas is one of the problems of landfill. Gas gets released by the rubbish. Again, a very specialised word, but here's some other words you could use, phrases. Rubbish dump, garbage dump, waste dump, dumping ground, tip, disposal area. Your next word is refuse. Refuse. When we talk about the environment, we say refuse. Refuse. It's a noun. And it basically means rubbish or garbage. The things that we throw away when we don't want them anymore. And it's often used in formal language. So when it's a noun, we say refuse. It's also, of course, a verb. Refuse. Refuse. But here we'll use the word refuse. So here's some refuse left in a rubbish bag. The council makes a weekly collection of refuse. Vast amounts of unwanted domestic refuse are left by the sides of roads. Old TVs and washing machines are examples of domestic refuse. Domestic refuse, things that come from the home. So we hopefully collect refuse, domestic refuse, and for companies that make things, manufacturing companies, industrial refuse. And we talk about refuse disposal as well. So some synonyms for refuse: rubbish, garbage, junk, and waste. And trash. Trash is a more American word. In fact, trash and garbage are American English. Rubbish is more of a British English word. The next word is unspoiled. Unspoiled. If you describe a place as unspoiled, you think it's beautiful and natural because it hasn't been built on, at least not for a very, very long time. So here's an unspoiled view of some fields and mountains and woodland. There's no buildings, just as nature intended. But also here is an unspoiled village. So there are buildings here, but no modern buildings, no big skyscrapers, no concrete. It's an unspoiled village. Unspoiled. So there you can see the prefix unspoiled. Unspoiled, it can also be spelled unspoilt in British English. We often use unspoilt, but also unspoiled in British English. American English is almost always unspoiled, ed. The village is quiet and unspoiled. We want to preserve the unspoiled coastline of Wales. The valley was unspoiled by modern life. So we talk about unspoiled beauty, unspoiled nature, the unspoiled countryside. And you can use an adverb like relatively unspoiled. Maybe there's a little bit of modern buildings there. Some synonyms for unspoiled: untouched, pristine. That also suggests it's very clean, natural, clean, unblemished, and unpolluted as well. Greenbelt is your next word. Greenbelt. A green belt is an area of land around cities and towns in which building things is very heavily restricted. You're not allowed to build in a green belt. And the idea of a green belt is to stop a city expanding into the surrounding countryside. So here's a map of the green belt around London and some nearby towns. So you can see the green belt is there's a big green belt around London to stop too much building there. So planning regulations within the green belt are severely restricted. Fields and parks make up much of the city's green belt, an area of natural beauty. So we talk about within the green belt, in the green belt policy, and a green belt program. Green belt's very specialised, so I've not made any synonyms for this word, for this phrase. So there are your 7 environment words: biodiversity, ecosystem, fossil fuel, landfill, refuse, unspoiled, green belt. In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected to government. And here are the 7 words: autonomy, constitution, coup, dictator, monarch, legislature, regime. And your first word is autonomy. Autonomy. In government, autonomy is when a country or a region controls or governs itself rather than by an external power. The word comes from, here you are, auto. At the start of the word, auto means self. So self-government. For example, Catalonia demanded autonomy from Spain. The rebels stepped up their demands for autonomy. You can also have personal as well as political autonomy. So, for example, each of the managers enjoys considerable autonomy in their decision-making. So here you have the chance to make your own decisions, to control your own actions. So you can have personal autonomy. Autonomy from something you can have. Autonomy of someone or something. You can have autonomy in doing something. And considerable autonomy is another very common collocation. So the word autonomy, you can turn it into an adjective, autonomous. Autonomous. So you can have an autonomous region, an autonomous individual. And some synonyms for autonomy: self-government, independence, self-determination, self-rule, sovereignty and freedom. And your next word is constitution. Constitution. The constitution of a country or of an organisation is the system of laws, system of rules that states people's rights and also their duties. So, for example, the transitional authority will draft a draft constitution. The Constitution protects civil liberties and freedom of speech. You can amend the Constitution, adopt the Constitution, ratify the Constitution, and you can have a new Constitution. These are common collocations. And of course, constitutions is the plural. Constitutional, you can have as well an unconstitutional. So something can be unconstitutional. So those last two, constitutional, unconstitutional, are adjectives. And some synonyms for constitution: legislation, code, charter. Here's your next word, coup. Coup. When there is a coup, a group of people seize power or control in a country. They get rid of or overthrow the previous government. The word actually comes from the French phrase coup d'état. Coup d'état. So, for example, they were imprisoned for their role in the coup. A military coup took place in Egypt in 2013. The rebel generals staged a coup to oust the democratically elected government. So here you have coup d'état, military coup, a coup attempt, and an attempted coup. And some synonyms for the word coup: revolution, plot, overthrow. So note with the pronunciation of coup, you don't say the P, you don't sound the P at the end. Coup. Here's your next word, dictator. Dictator. A dictator is a leader of a country who has complete control of the country, all on his or her own. And some dictators seize control using military force, and they sometimes maintain control through cruelty, through oppression. This is a statue of Julius Caesar, who became dictator of Rome. Another famous dictator more recently was Adolf Hitler. And the word comes from the Latin, and here at the start of the word dictator is dict, which is from the Latin verb which means to tell. So if you dictate something, you tell somebody what to write. So a dictator tells people what to do. Some example sentences. The country descended into anarchy when its dictator was overthrown. This brutal dictator has blood on his hands. Popular protests eventually forced the dictator to flee the country. So you can have a brutal dictator. If you have a nice dictator, you can have a benign one. A benign dictator is a harmless dictator, this means. You can oust the dictator, and a former dictator. And you can turn the word dictator into dictatorship. And some synonyms for dictator: despot and tyrant. These two words show that the dictator is cruel. An autocrat is a more neutral word. Your next word is monarch. Monarch. So a monarch of a country is the king or the queen of a country, or sometimes the emperor or empress of a country. And here is the monarch of the United Kingdom, the current queen. So monarch. So the CH there makes the K sound, monarch. The start of the word mon means one. Again, it's Latin. Mono, it means one. So it's the one leader. I think it's Latin. It might be Greek, actually, mono. But means one leader. Australia is an independent country, but still has the British monarch as head of state. His attempts to rule as an absolute monarch provoked a rebellion. So some common collocations: absolute monarch. An absolute monarch is a monarch that has complete control, almost like a dictator. Whereas a constitutional monarch, like the British Queen, has to rule within the constraints of the Constitution, within the law. A reigning monarch, a ruling monarch mean exactly the same thing. And monarchy as well. A monarchy is when a country is a country that is run by a king or a queen, and a monarchist is someone who supports the idea of a monarchy. And some synonyms, king and queen, emperor, empress. These are really the examples of a monarch. The closest synonym is sovereign, sovereign. Next word is legislature. Legislature. The legislature of a country or a state is the group of people who have the powers to make laws. And here's a picture of the beautiful Hungarian Parliament building in Budapest. It's home to Hungary's legislature. And the word again comes from Latin. Legis means law. So the proposals before the legislature included laws against drug trafficking. The legislature passed a bill to permit a referendum on the Constitution. The USA has a bicameral legislature. The third sentence, bicameral, means there are two bodies or two houses of parliament. So you can have a state legislature, an elected legislature. The legislature approves things and passes things, passes laws. And somebody who works who is a member of the legislature is a legislator. Legislator. And legislation are the actual laws passed by the legislature. And some synonyms, parliament, house, chamber, law-making body. Here's the next word, regime. Regime. A regime is a fairly negative way of referring to a government. So if you refer to a government as a regime, you don't like it. You're critical of it because maybe it's not democratic. Regimes often have dictators or military governments. And it's connected with the Latin word for king, which is rex, which here is changed to reg. But regime. Notice the pronunciation of the G is the J sound, regime. So the fascist regime of Germany collapsed at the end of the war. He was imprisoned and tortured under the military regime. The new regime immediately imprisoned opponents and stopped freedom of speech. So we often talk about a new regime or a previous regime, a military regime, an authoritarian regime. And some synonyms: military government, administration, just government, or dictatorship. So there are your 7 words for government: autonomy, constitution, coup, dictator, monarch, legislature, and regime. So in this lecture we're going to look at some words connected with law. Here are the 7 words: advocate, abide by, enforce, invoke, jurisdiction, litigate, prosecute. So here's the first word: advocate. Advocate. If you've seen the lecture on political beliefs, we came across this word as a verb, which was advocate. But in law, we use this as a noun: advocate. Advocate. So an advocate is someone who recommends something publicly and is, in courts of law, is a professional person who supports or defends somebody. An advocate. Comes from the Latin. In the middle of the word is voc, which is the Latin word for voice. So an advocate uses his or her voice to push a cause. So he was a strong advocate for free speech. He worked as an advocate in the criminal court. He was a leading advocate for women's rights. So here it's legal and there's also political uses too. So you can be a strong advocate, a leading advocate. You can be an advocate for and an advocate of something. So some synonyms for advocate: lawyer, attorney, solicitor, defender, and in the political sphere, campaigner or exponent. Your next word is abide by. Abide by. If you abide by a law or an agreement or a decision, you do what it says. You do what it says you should do. Even if you don't agree with the idea, you still abide by it. You follow it. You must abide by school rules. The police make sure that people abide by the law. Employees must abide by the terms of their employment contract. So you abide by a decision, you abide by a law, you abide by an agreement, you abide by the rules. And some synonyms: accept, tolerate, acknowledge, consent, defer. You defer to the laws. Your next word is enforce. Enforce. If people in authority enforce a law or a rule, they make sure it's obeyed by people, usually by punishing them if they break the law. So the policewoman here, she is enforcing the law. Enforce. So you put into force. For example, until now, the government has only enforced the ban on American ships. The measures are being enforced by the army. A strict monetary policy was enforced. And you enforce by, you enforce the law, the police enforce the law, and you strictly enforce things. So enforce, enforces, it's a verb, enforcing, enforced. And also the noun is enforcement. So law enforcement is the job of the police. And some synonyms for enforce: apply, invoke, carry out, impose, implement, and accomplish. The next word is invoke. So if you invoke a law, you make use of it. You take an action because the law allows you to do it. Again, in the middle of the word is voc, the Latin for voice. The spelling changes a little bit though, becomes a K, not a C. So the judge invoked an international law that protects refugees. The NATO ambassador invoked the Mutual Defence Clause, and the president invoked the power given him by the Constitution. So you can invoke a law, a rule, you can invoke the Constitution, invoke legislation. And it's a verb, so invokes, invoking, invoked. Some synonyms for invoke: resort to, apply, enforce, use, so you use a law, effect. Jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is your next word. A jurisdiction is the power that a court of law or a judge has to enforce laws. Often it's a jurisdiction over an area. So the FBI has no jurisdiction in Europe. British police have no jurisdiction over foreign bank accounts. And the crime took place within the jurisdiction of the Bangkok Court of Law. So we often talk about within the jurisdiction. Outside the jurisdiction, you have jurisdiction, and you can have jurisdiction over something or someone, somewhere. So some synonyms. Jurisdiction is a very specialized word, but you could have area of authority, administration, district, power, authority, territory. Here's the next word, litigate. Litigate. This means to take legal action. To take legal action, you litigate. And the cost of litigating personal injury claims is becoming expensive. The chance of similar cases being litigated in India seems unlikely. The settlement ends more than 4 years of litigation between the two companies. The word litigation is very common in legal English. You litigate a case, litigate a claim, litigate an issue, and litigate a matter. And it's a verb, so these are the verb forms. And litigation. And some synonyms for litigate: prosecute and sue, drag into court, institute proceedings. And the next word is prosecute. Prosecute. If an authority, like a court of law, prosecutes someone, they charge them with a crime and they put them on trial in a court. So, for example, the police have decided not to prosecute because of a lack of evidence. Photographs taken by roadside cameras are enough to prosecute motorists for speeding. He is being prosecuted for a string of offences. You can prosecute a criminal, prosecute a suspect, prosecute someone for doing something, and you can successfully prosecute as well. And it's a verb, so you can have prosecutes, prosecuting, prosecuted. And the noun form is prosecution. Prosecution. Again, it's quite a specialised word, but some synonyms: arraign, indict, litigate, try, and sue. So there are your 7 law words: advocate, abide by, enforce, invoke, jurisdiction, litigate, prosecute.
In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with law. And here are your 7 words: clause, comply, exempt, ratify, sanction, uphold, and violate. So here's the first word, clause. Clause. No, not this clause, not this clause, this clause. So a clause is a section of a legal document, maybe a paragraph of a legal document. So for example, he has a clause in his contract which entitles him to a percentage of the profits. The complaint alleged a breach of Clause 4 of the Code. This clause stipulates the health and welfare benefits of employees. So some common collocations: you have a clause in something. We can talk about a breach of a clause. A document contains a clause or includes a clause. And some synonyms: paragraph, article, section, and provision. Provision. And here's your next word, comply. Comply. If someone or something complies with an order or a set of rules, they do what is expected or required of those rules or laws, even if they don't agree with them. They comply. So, for example, the commander said that the army would comply with the terms of the ceasefire. Some beaches have failed to comply with European directives on bathing water. You must fully comply with the requirements of the agreement. So you comply with something, such as laws or regulations, and you often have to fully comply, completely. So it's a verb, so complies, complying, complied, and compliance. Compliance is when you comply with something, you are in compliance with it. So some synonyms for comply: obey, adhere to, observe. And here's your next word, exempt. Exempt. So if someone or something is exempt from a particular rule or law or duty, they don't have to follow it. They don't have to do it. They are exempt from doing that thing, from following that rule. So, for example, college students were exempt from military service, so they didn't have to join the army. Any income gained from this source is exempt from tax. You don't have to pay tax if it's from this source. Basic necessities such as children's clothing and food are exempt from sales tax. So we talk about things are exempt from, such as exempt from tax. Potentially exempt is another common collocation, as is currently exempt. So clothing, children's clothing is currently exempt from sales tax. And some synonyms: not liable, immune, absolved, excused. And here's your next word, ratify. Ratify. So when national leaders or organisations ratify a treaty or an agreement, they make it official by giving their formal approval to it, usually by signing the agreement or by voting for it. So, for example, the parliaments of Australia and Indonesia have yet to ratify the treaty. Russia formally ratified the Kyoto Protocol on Thursday. The two companies formally ratified the merger. So you can ratify a treaty or an agreement. You can formally ratify something or officially ratify something. Ratify is a verb, so here are the usual forms for the verb. And ratification is the process of ratifying something. It's a noun. And some synonyms: approve, affirm, confirm, endorse, sign. Here's your next word then, sanction. Sanction. If someone in authority sanctions an action or a practice, they officially approve of it and they allow it to be done. And in this picture, the United Nations Security Council is sanctioning an action. So, for example, the President may now be ready to sanction the use of force, to give it official approval. He decided to sanction an increase in public borrowing. They argued that an invasion could only take place with the sanction of the United Nations. So here's the use of sanction as a noun. So you can sanction a law. You sanction the use of something. You sanction the use of military action, for example. You officially sanction something. You can legally sanction something. And it's a verb, as well as a noun, so sanction, sanctioning, sanctioned. And some synonyms for sanction: approve, authorize, allow, certify, ratify. And your next word, uphold. Uphold. If you uphold something, such as a law or a decision, then you support it and you maintain it. So if a court of law upholds a legal decision that's already been made, it decides that it was the correct decision. It maintains that law. In America, we have the Supreme Court. In the picture is a Supreme Court, which often upholds laws or legal decisions made by other courts. For example, our policy has been to uphold the law. The court upheld the judge's original decision. The judges unanimously upheld the appeal. So we often uphold the law, or uphold a ruling or a sentence, and you can unanimously uphold something if everybody decides to uphold the law. It's unanimous. And upholds, upholding. Upheld is the past form. Some synonyms: back as in maintain, as in support. Maintain, here's support again. Confirm, endorse, stand by. Here's your next word: violate. Violate. So if someone violates an agreement or a law, then they break it. They don't follow that particular law. So for example, they went to prison because they violated the law. They violated the ceasefire agreement. There are allegations of human rights violations. So you can violate the law, violate a rule. You can be in violation of something. Here, violation is a noun. So a violation of the law. It's a verb and a noun. So it's a verb: violates, violating, violated. And violation is the noun, the process of violating something. And some synonyms: breach, break, disobey, contravene, disregard, infringe. So there are your 7 law words then: clause, comply, exempt, ratify, sanction, uphold, and violate.
In this video, we're going to look at 7 words connected with accountancy. And the 7 words are asset, tangible, intangible, liability, equity, liquidity, and risk. And here's the first word, which is asset. Asset. So the assets of a company or of a person are all the things that they own. So that's their property, equipment, and their money. So for example, the company held assets worth £137 million. So that includes all the property they own, all their equipment, as well as their money. The bank seized his assets when he could not pay off his loans. Here is a different meaning to the word. With my skills, I knew that I would be an important asset to the company. So something or someone that is an asset is considered useful or helps a person or an organisation to be successful. So they're good for the company. So we can talk about asset or assets. And here are some common collocations. You hold assets, seize assets, acquire assets. Asset stripping. Asset stripping is when somebody goes into a struggling company, buys all the different parts of it up, all the buildings, all the equipment, and sells it off to make some money. So asset. The next word is tangible. Tangible. If something is tangible, then it is clear enough or definite enough to be easily seen or felt or noticed. And we often talk about tangible assets, which are physical assets of a business. So, for example, property, vehicles, as in the picture, equipment. So things you can see and touch. So, for example, she only invests in tangible assets like property. This is the first tangible evidence of economic growth. So there's hard evidence of economic growth. There are tangible signs of improved growth. So we often talk about tangible asset, tangible goods, tangible benefit, tangible result. Some synonyms, similar words of tangible: palpable, touchable. Material is quite a good synonym, and perceptible. Perceptible. If something is perceptible, you can see it or you can feel it. The next word is the opposite of tangible, which is intangible. Intangible. So intangible things can't be touched. They can't be seen. So it includes things like intellectual property, trademarks, copyright, brand names, goodwill, and knowledge. So, for example, the most common intangible fixed asset is goodwill. International students bring intangible benefits as well as money. So, for example, their cultural knowledge, their cultural background they bring. In the short term, much depends on an intangible factor: confidence. You can't see confidence, you can't touch it, it's intangible. Intangible asset is a common collocation: intangible factor, intangible benefit, intangible result. And some synonyms: abstract, impalpable, ethereal, unreal. So that's intangible. And the next word is liability. A liability. So in accounting terms, a liability is a sum of money owed. It means debts or financial obligations. It's kind of like the opposite of assets. So, for example, we can reduce our tax liabilities by investing in this business. Net assets are total assets less total liabilities. Loan payments are treated as liabilities. So the only different form for this is liability, and the plural is liabilities, IES on the end. We often talk about avoiding liability, limit liability, exclude liability, and limited liability. In Britain, we have limited liability companies. Some synonyms: duty, obligation, burden, and burden. So that's liability. And the next word, equity. Equity. Your equity is the sum of your assets. So, for example, it's the value of a business once its debts have been subtracted from it. Equities are also shares in a company. So there's a couple of meanings here. Without the proper amount of equity, the bank will not approve the loan. The amount of equity in your home is falling. He was an equities trader. So this is to do with stocks and shares. Like liability, you form the plural of that. Change the Y to an I. Equities. So we talk about equity market, equities trader, home equity, negative equity. Negative equity is often talked about with houses, with property. It's when the value of a house is less than the amount you owe to the bank on a mortgage. So you might have, so the value of a house might be $100,000, but the mortgage might be $110,000. So you have $10,000 negative equity. It's a big problem with homeowners. Often happens if property prices fall soon after you've bought property. Very precise word, but some similar words, capital and investment. So there's equity, and your next word is liquidity. Liquidity, which is a measure of the extent to which a person or an organization has cash or ready assets to meet current liabilities. For example, to pay the bills. Does it have cash to pay the bills? Often companies don't, or banks. So the bank had serious liquidity problems. The business went bust because of liquidity problems. The firm's liquidity allowed it to invest in new machinery, so it had lots of spare cash. We often reduce liquidity or boost liquidity, market liquidity, and we talk about the liquidity ratio. No synonyms for liquidity. It's a very precise word. And here's one more word, which is risk. Risk. In accounting terms, risk is a measure of the likelihood of loss or lower than expected returns on investments. It's a measurement of the danger of losing money. So investing in the stock market will always be a risk, as stocks can go down as well as up. Some believe higher volatility increased future risk. Greater risk exposure means higher insurance premiums. Common collocations are reduced risk, high risk, increased risk, risk management. It's quite a precise word, but there are some similar words like danger. This is more in the more general meaning of the word risk rather than the accounting meaning of the word risk. Peril, although peril is used in insurance when they talk about risk. Exposure, jeopardy. There you are, risk. And that's your 7 words from this video. Asset, tangible, intangible, liability, equity, liquidity, risk. So go to the practice quiz and have a go at the vocabulary record. Let's look at some more words now connected with accountancy. And the 7 words in this video are property, plant, inventory, goodwill, receivable, earnings, and borrowing. So let's look at the first word, which is property. Property. Someone's property is all the things that belong to them, or something that belongs to them. It includes houses, but lots of other things as well. For example, I own property in Monaco. There was a lot of stolen property at my friend's house. The business invested much of its profits in property. Some common collocations: own property, buy property, private property, intellectual property. So intellectual property, things like inventions, patents. Some common synonyms, similar words, real estate. That's often used in American English. Assets, belongings, premises, resources. So that's the word property. And the next word is plant. Plant. A plant, obviously, is a green piece of vegetation, but in accounting terms, in finance, a plant is a factory or a place where power is produced. Plant is also used to refer to large machinery that's used in industrial processes. So, for example, Nissan's car assembly plant in Sunderland may close next year. So plant here is being used as a synonym for factory. The plant provides 40% of the country's electricity. The company has invested heavily in plant and equipment. So here the word plant relates to machinery. So plant, the plural of course is plants, and some common collocations. Build plant, industrial plant, chemical plant, nuclear plant, and some synonyms. Factory. Works is very similar to factory, or it could mean machinery and equipment. So that's the word plant. And the next word, inventory. Inventory. An inventory is the total value of materials and goods held by an organization, either to support production, such as raw materials, or items that are for sale, so spare parts. So spare parts, raw materials are included in the inventory of a company. It's part of the assets of a company. There is a second meaning, though, for inventory. It can refer to an itemized catalogue or list of tangible goods, or the intangible attributes or qualities of goods. So, for example, most firms have run down their stocks, so their inventory is low. So this is about spare parts, raw materials. Vehicle inventories are too high. Take inventory of the people on your team. So this is make a list. That's what it means. Make a list of the people on your team. So inventory, you can make it into a plural, inventories. If you're talking about lists, you can take an inventory, make an inventory control, and inventory management. And some synonyms: stock, reserves, list, and record. There you are, inventory. The next word is goodwill. Goodwill. This is an intangible asset which provides a company with a competitive advantage, such as a strong brand, a good reputation, high employee morale. So in an acquisition of a company, goodwill appears on the balance sheet. It's kind of included in the assets. It's an intangible asset of a company. The amount paid for goodwill often exceeds the value of its physical assets. The company had no assets other than a strong brand, but we felt the goodwill would be an incredible asset for our company. The company's new owners were pleased with its high level of goodwill, as it would be easier to keep a customer's loyalty than to earn it. So you can promote goodwill, generate goodwill, earn goodwill, and show goodwill. And some synonyms. It's a very specialized term, so there's no precise synonyms, but there are similar words such as reputation and prestige. So goodwill. And the next word is receivable. Receivable. Money which is owed to a company by a customer for products and services provided on credit are receivable. So they're payments that are due to a company, but they haven't been received yet. They're going to be received. And on a balance sheet, they're often treated as a current asset. For example, the accounts receivable balance is $150,000. Only some of the money was receivable, and the rest had to go into the bank. Most of our assets are in investments and receivables. So receivable, the plural, of course, is receivables. Account receivable is a common collocation. Inventory and receivables, another one. Some synonyms: owed or money payable, outstanding, and expected. It's money you expect to get. So receivable, and the next word, earnings. Earnings. This has a couple of meanings. Firstly, it's an alternative term for net income. But also it's the famous bottom line. It's the last line. It's the of an account. It's the last item in an income statement, the earnings. So, for example, our earnings were increasing each quarter. Earnings were down 43% from 2017. Her total earnings were $3.6 million. We often talk about net earnings, or total earnings, average earnings, earnings rise. And some synonyms: revenue, bottom line, profit, income, and proceeds. That's earnings. And the next word, borrowing. Borrowing. This is when you receive something of value. You borrow something of value in exchange for an obligation to pay it back, usually at a greater value, often with an interest added on top of what you borrowed. So borrowing. Government borrowing is up 12% on 10 years ago. High growth may mean higher borrowing is needed. He is borrowing $60,000 from a wealthy relative in order to start his new business. We often talk about public borrowing, government borrowing, borrowing requirement, and reduce borrowing. And some synonyms: financing. So there you are, borrowing, and here are the 7 words again: property, plant, inventory, goodwill, receivable, earnings, borrowing. And don't forget, have a go at the practice quiz and the vocabulary record. In this video, we're going to look at 7 more words connected to accountancy. And the 7 words are reserve, accrual, amortization, impairment, disposal, issue, depreciation. And here's the first word, which is reserve. Reserve. A reserve is part of your earnings that are retained, that are set aside for a specific purpose, often money or raw materials. You put them in reserve. For example, you should keep cash in your reserves in case of an economic downturn. The available reserves were increasing, and this was a valuable resource. No significant commercial oil reserves were found. And the main form is reserves, reserve and reserves. Some common collocations: you build up reserves, hold reserves. You can have a reserve fund, that's often money. Oil reserve, so that's often oil that's in the ground still. Some synonyms: stockpile, hoard, savings, stash, which is a very informal word, and store. So that's reserve. The next word is accrual. Accrual. An accrual is an adjustment that you have to make before a company's financial statements are issued. So it involves adding together liabilities and assets over a period of time. So any interest owed is listed under accruals. Larger law firms maintain both cash and accrual records. Interest accrual is removed from student loans while studying. So accrual, sometimes we use the word accruals, and some common collocations include interest accrual, accrual period, accrual rate, accrual accounting. No synonyms, it's a very, very precise word, accrual. The next word is also extremely precise: amortization. Amortization. This is the gradual elimination of a liability, such as a mortgage, using regular payments over a specific period of time, amortization. So, for example, the overall debt profile is high and amortization is below average. The 20-year operating period is the calculated amortization period. Amortization structures are common in mortgages and credit cards because, of course, you pay off the debt in a mortgage and hopefully on a credit card. So common collocations include amortization period, amortization schedule, amortization calculator, amortization chart. As I say, it's a really precise word, no synonyms. And the next word is impairment. Impairment. Impairment is the situation when the current value of an asset is less than the historical cost of the asset. So it's a loss in revenue because of economic changes over time. Impairment. So, for example, banks were partly responsible for the impairment of their asset portfolios because of their imprudent lending policies. Asset impairment happens when the value of an asset is greater than the amount recoverable from selling it. And some collocations: asset impairment, fund impairment. It is a precise word, but some similar words are deterioration and devaluation. Those have a similar meaning to impairment. And the next word is disposal. Disposal. Disposal is the process of getting rid of or selling an asset, often quickly and cheaply. So you want to dispose of assets. So the disposal of unwanted assets are well underway. They pay no tax on any capital gains they make on disposal. It's sold both as part of an asset disposal program. We talk about asset disposal and disposal of assets. Acquisition and disposal often go together because they're the opposites of each other. And disposition is a similar meaning word. Dumping is more informal than disposal. Removal, selling, and relinquishment of assets. And the next word is issue. Issue. An issue is a set of securities that a company or government offers for sale. So when a company wants to sell stocks in the company, or when a government wants to sell bonds, then we call it an issue. It's the stocks or bonds are said to be an issue. So the company needed to raise more money, so it decided to issue 50,000 more shares. The latest issue of shares raised $500 million. The government issued shares in the electricity company. So you can see issue can be used as a noun and a verb. So we talk about issues, and because it's a verb, we can say issuing and issued and issuance. We often talk about a share issue. With the verb form, you can say issue shares. You can issue stock, issue currency. And some synonyms: sale, distribution, circulation, supply, and release. So that's the word issue. And next up is depreciation. Depreciation. Things get old and worn out, like this car in the picture. Their value goes down, so their value depreciates over time. And accountants take account of this. They convert the value of an asset into an operational expense, which is called a depreciation, over the asset's estimated useful life. So it's factored into accounting. So, for example, the machinery that was purchased 5 years ago is no longer worth the original purchase price due to depreciation. The value of the car depreciates by 3% every year. So that's a verb form. A new vehicle is enjoyable, but its depreciation in value is very rapid. So when you buy a new car, it's worth a lot of money, but very, very quickly the value of the car depreciates. So you can use depreciate. Depreciate is the verb form, so depreciates, depreciating, and depreciated. We talk about asset depreciation, total depreciation, currency depreciation, and deduct depreciation. Depreciation or depreciation is what a native speaker will often say. Some similar words: devaluation, reduction, deflation, and loss of value. So that's depreciation. Here are the 7 words again: reserve, accrual, amortization, impairment, disposal, issue, and depreciation. Don't forget, go to the practice quiz next and have a go at the vocabulary record.
In this lecture, I'm going to take you through 7 words connected with upward trends. And the 7 words are rise, increase, soar, leap, rocket, climb, and peak. So the first word is rise. Rise. So rise can be a noun or a verb, means something going up. Usually numbers will go up. So for example, between 1999 and 2000 there was a modest rise. A modest rise, just a small one. There was a dramatic rise between 2010 and 2011. Very big rise. Rise normally needs an adjective to go with it because rise is a very neutral word.
We can talk about a rise in numbers, but we need things like dramatic rise, sudden rise, modest rise to give the word meaning. So it's a noun and a verb. As a verb, you can have rises, rising. Rose is the past simple form. And some synonyms for rise. Go up, increase, climb, climb. Your next word is increase, increase. Increase means pretty much the same as rise. Means things going up. So between 1999 and 2000, there was a slight increase. Or you could say a modest increase or a small increase. Numbers increased dramatically between 2010 and 2011. So a big increase. Again, like rise, increase is a fairly neutral word. So it often needs an adjective to go with it, or an adverb. So here, increase is being used as a verb, so you say increase slightly, increase dramatically. And here, these last two examples, increase is a noun, so a small increase, a sudden increase. So here's the noun, but as a verb, increases, increasing, increased. And some synonyms for increase: go up, rise, climb. Your next word is soar. Soar. When something soars, it goes up quickly. It goes up dramatically. So between 2010 and 2011, numbers soared. They went up really quickly, like a bird suddenly flying up into the air. You could also say between 2010 and 2011, numbers soared to just over 80. Because soar means to go up dramatically or quickly, and to go up very high, then you don't need to say things like soar dramatically or soar quickly. Soar already means, already suggests dramatic rises or quick rises. But you can say things like numbers soar, prices soar, soar upwards, soar to a peak of 84, for example. It's a verb, so you can have these different forms. And for synonyms, ascend. Ascend suggests going up very high. Rocket suggests going up very high and very quickly, or shoot up. Your next word is leap. Leap. Leap means something that goes up suddenly, perhaps even quicker than soar, but maybe not as high. I mean, here for example, is a high jumper. She leapt off the ground, high up, quickly, suddenly. And here's an example sentence. Between 2010 and 2011, numbers leapt to just over 80. So it's a sudden burst of energy, just like the high jumper needs a sudden burst of energy to get over the bar. That's a sudden burst of energy to get to just over 80. Same time point between 2010 and 2011, numbers leapt from just under 30 to just over 80. So you can use from and to. You can use from and to with other words too, like increase from and to, rise from and to. You can have suddenly leapt as a collocation, or a sudden leap. Leap up. Leap from and to. Note you don't say leap down. Numbers don't leap down, they leap up. It's an upward trend. You can leap out of things. If you're in a plane and you jump out of the plane, then you leap out of the plane, and then you fall down afterwards. So leap can be a noun or a verb. So a leap or to leap. And there's the present simple and the present continuous leaping. The past simple, there are actually two ways you can spell this: leaped with an ed ending, or leapt, leaped or leapt. So a slightly different pronunciation. The T ending here, leapt, is slightly more common in British English, and the ed ending is slightly more common in American English, but they're both okay. So some synonyms for leap: surge, soar, rocket. And here in fact is the word rocket. Rocket. If numbers rocket, they go up very, very rapidly. It suggests right into the sky, into space in fact, like the space shuttle on its rocket. It's moving up very, very, very fast. Much faster than surge or soar or leap. And much, much higher. Takes numbers into the sky, way above anything else. Now, I wouldn't use rocket in this graph. You see, the rise in numbers from 2010 to 2011 only brings numbers back to the level at the start of the graph. So the numbers aren't way above the others, but if the graph were like this, then you could use rocket for the increase between 2010 and 2011. Because the numbers in 2011 are way above anything else. So there you could say something like, between 2010 and 2011, numbers rocketed to just over 80. Personally, I think rocketed is a bit of an informal word to use when you're writing, but it's good to use when you're writing because it does show a range in vocabulary. But I'm not a big fan of the word. Here's another one. Numbers rocketed from 2010 to 2011. Prices rockets. You can use that that's a common collocation. Numbers rocketed. Suddenly rocketed. I wouldn't use quickly rocketed because rocketed already suggests quickly. And it's a verb, so you can use rockets, rocketing, rocketed. And some synonyms for rocket: surge, leapt or leaped, and soar. So another word for upwards trends is climb. Here's a mountaineer climbing, going up a mountain. We don't know if he's doing it quickly or slowly, so it's similar to rise and increase, but the word climb suggests going up quite a lot. So I wouldn't use climb for the rise from 1999 to 2000. It's very small. Climb suggests a kind of moderate to large rise. So I wouldn't use climb for this part. But I would use climb in this kind of sentence. So between 2010 and 2011, numbers climbed rapidly to just over 80. And some common collocations: climb rapidly, climb steeply, climb slowly, climb steadily. Climb again, like increase and rise, is quite a neutral word, so it's good to have an adverb next to it. So climbs, climbing, climbed, climbed. So some synonyms for climb: grow, rise, increase, go up. And your next word is peak. Peak. Peak means the highest point, the top of something. So Here's the top of a mountain, the highest point of a mountain. It looks like someone has leapt off the peak of the mountain, actually. So peak. So here's an example sentence. Numbers reached a peak of about 85 in 2011. Over here. Actually, it's 84 to be exact, but you can say about 85 when you're writing. Here's the end of a sentence. Reaching a peak of approximately 85 in 2011. So maybe here you'd say numbers increased rapidly from 2010, reaching a peak of approximately 85 in 2011. There's your peak. Numbers peaked at almost 85 in 2011. So we talk about you reached a peak, reaching a peak, peaked at, rise to a peak. And peaks, you can use peaking, peaking at 85, peaked at. And some synonyms for peak. Highest point. That's if you're using it as a noun. The peak, the highest point, the greatest point, the top, and maximum. So those are noun forms for peak. So there are your 7 upward trends words. Rise, increase, soar, leap, rocket, climb, and peak. In this lecture, we're going to look at vocabulary connected with downward trends. And here are your 7 words. Fall, decrease, plunge, plummet, decline, drop, and dip. So your first word is fall. Fall. Here's a man falling down without a parachute, going down. It's quite a neutral word, actually, so we can often use it with an adverb, but here we haven't. So between 1998 and 1999, numbers fell by approximately 15. And another example, there was a rapid fall in numbers between 2003 and 2004. So there we've used an adjective with the word fall. So some typical collocations with fall: dramatic and slight, fall by, and fall from something to something else. You can use fall as a verb or a noun. So a small fall, a big small, but falls, falling, fell is the past simple form. And some synonyms for fall: drop, decline, decrease. And here in fact is the word decrease. Decrease. So like fall, it's a general word for something that goes down. And it can also be a noun or a verb. So for example, between 1998 and 1999, numbers decreased by approximately 15. There was a steady decrease in numbers between 2011 and 2015. This was a long, steady decrease, almost a straight line. You can have a slight decrease. These are common collocations: significant decrease. If you're using decrease as a verb, you can say decreased slightly. And as a noun, there was a decrease in. So here's the noun, and as a verb, decreases, decreasing, decreased. Some synonyms for decrease: fall and drop, decline, go down, depreciate. That's a good word, depreciate. Numbers depreciated by about 30. Means they decreased by about 30. And depreciation is the noun form for depreciate, depreciate. Our next word is one of my favourite words in the English language: plunge. Plunge. The G on the end is the J soft sound, plunge. So if numbers plunge, they go down really fast, like this woman plunging into a swimming pool. As you can see by her angle, it's a steep and fast drop down. So you could say on this graph, between 2003 and 2004, numbers plunged. That's really the only place that numbers plunge on that graph. So we can talk about prices plunged, numbers plunged, suddenly plunged. So you can use an adverb, but you don't really need to use many adverbs with plunge. Plunge, plunges, plunging, plunged are the verb forms here. And some synonyms for plunge: dive, sink, drop, tumble. Tumble is a similar word for plunge, except it also suggests a bit of lack of control, chaos. So you kind of tumble out of an aeroplane, you're falling all over the place. And this nice word plummet, plummet, which is a word I'll look at now, is the word plummet. Plummet is even faster and more dramatic than plunge. So if you jump out of an aeroplane with no parachute, you will plummet to your death. Very fast, I'm afraid. Share prices, for example, plummeted during the Wall Street crash of 1929. It's kind of the opposite of rocket. So between 2003 and 2004, numbers plummeted. Some common collocations with plummet: prices plummeted, numbers plummeted, suddenly plummeted, numbers suddenly plummeted. So the verb forms plummets, plummeting, plummeted, plummeted. And some synonyms for plummet: plunge, collapse, crash, tumble. Nosedive is an interesting term. It's like when you dive into a swimming pool, you hit the water nose first, so you nosedive. You nosedive. Your next word is decline. Decline. Similar to decrease and fall, it's a general word for something going down. Historians often talk about the decline of the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire gradually, over hundreds of years, got weaker until eventually it stopped existing. So decline can also be used for something that happens over a long period of time. But it can also be used in a general sense, just like fall and decrease. So for example, between 2011 and 2015, there was a steady decline, like the Roman Empire declining, a steady decline. Numbers declined slightly between 1998 and 1999. Steady decline is a very common collocation. Rapid decline, decline. So if you're using decline as a verb, declined slightly, declined significantly. So the first two examples are a noun, last two are verbs. And the verb forms are declines, declining, declined. And some synonyms for decline: fall, of course, drop, go down. This should say decrease. Here's decrease, not word for decrease. Your next word is drop. Drop. This is another general word for downward trends. It's a very general word, in fact. But useful for small, kind of uninteresting decreases, nothing exciting. So there was a slight drop in numbers between 2008 and 2009. Numbers dropped from just over 80 to just under 70 between 1998 and 1999. So because drop is a very general word, you need to use adverbs or adjectives with it most of the time. So a slight drop or a sudden drop. If you're using drop as a noun and as a verb, dropped significantly, dropped quickly. And here are the verb forms for drop. Dropping, 2 P's, double P there. And the same again, dropped. And some synonyms for drop: go down, fall, decline, decrease. Finally, the word dip. Dip. Dip is slightly different from all the others. If numbers dip, they go down slightly, but they also come back up afterwards. It's a temporary decrease. In one way, it's the opposite of peak. So numbers peak above 80 and numbers dip below 80. I love this picture. This cake, I think it's a cake, was dipped in chocolate. So the cake was put down into the chocolate and then it came back up again. So when you dip cake in chocolate sauce, you go down and then up again. Now, can you see that any dips here on the graph? Now, there is one. There was a slight dip in numbers in 2007. Not very big, just a slight dip. And you could say also numbers dipped below 70 in 1999 before recovering. Went back up again. So you talk about a slight dip, small dip, but you can have big ones, significant dips. And you can dip below. That's using dip as a verb, so numbers dipped below. So here are the verb forms. Again, double P's there, just like with drop. And some synonyms for dip. None of these are exact synonyms. Drop and fall don't give the sense that the numbers go back up afterwards. But dip is often used with downward, but remember it's used for, there are slight upward increases afterwards too. So there are your 7 downward trends words. Fall, decrease, plunge, plummet, decline, drop, dip. In this lecture, we're going to look at some adjectives and adverbs connected with trends. And here are your 7 words: dramatic, steady, sharp, rapid, steep, modest, and sudden. So your first word is dramatic. Dramatic. Dramatic is a very strong word used for big, sudden changes. It suggests something different to what came before, a sudden big change, a shock of some kind. So, for example, between 2003 and 2004, prices fell dramatically. There was a dramatic rise in prices from 2010 to 2011. So we can talk about dramatic rise, dramatic fall, rose dramatically, fell dramatically. So the word dramatic is an adjective, but you can turn it into an adverb. And some synonyms for dramatic: sudden, huge, and rapid. Your next word is steady. Steady. Steady means unchanging. The pace of something stays the same. Numbers can go up or down, or stay the same, but the upward or downward or level pace or rate doesn't change too much. And it also suggests that this takes place over a long period of time. So, for example, the number of animals remained steady between 2000 and 2003. So it's almost a flat line there. And this sentence covers 4 years. Or, profits declined steadily between 2011 and 2015. So again, it's almost a straight line between those 2 years, and this sentence covers 5 years. So you can have a steady decline, steady increase, rose steadily, fell steadily as well. And you can also have remain steady. So steady can be an adverb: steadily. And some synonyms: constant, so a constant decline, a constant rise; stable, regular, even, an even decline. Your next word is sharp. Sharp. Sudden and sharp can be used for relatively minor changes that happen quickly but suddenly. So, for example, there was a sharp decline between 2003 and 2004. So in just 1 year, there was a sharp decline. The number of birds grew sharply between 2010 and 2011. There you are for the number of birds. So you can have a sharp decline, sharp increase. You can talk about something that grew sharply or dropped sharply. And so here's the adverb. Some synonyms for sharp: sudden, acute, and steep. Steep is quite a good one to use as well. Your next word is rapid. Rapid. Rapid means very quick. It also suggests sudden. A sudden change. So from 2003 to 2004, there was a rapid decline in costs. Costs increased rapidly between 2010 and 2011. So you can talk about rapid growth, rapid decrease, rose rapidly, grew rapidly. And there's the adverb rapidly. Some synonyms for rapid: quick, swift, fast, and brisk. We often talk about people going for a brisk walk if they're going to have a rapid walk, but maybe short as well. Steep is your next word: steep. Something that is steep is almost vertical. So, for example, here's a skier skiing down a steep mountain slope. And here's a steep mountain peak. This is the Matterhorn. So, for example, there was a steep decline in the number of jobs from 2003 to 2004. There's a steep decline. But steep can mean going up as well. The number of jobs rose steeply between 2010 and 2011. So you can have a steep increase, a steep decline, and you can use the adverb rose steeply, fell steeply. And there's the adverb steeply. Some synonyms: rapid, precipitous, precipitous. So a precipitous decline. That's almost like a cliff face. It drops right down, almost vertical. Sharp. And modest. The word modest means very small. So a little. It's kind of the opposite of dramatic. So it's not a shock. It's not a sudden change. So, for example, there was a modest decrease in the number of students between 1998 and 1999. So not a big one. Not steep, not sharp. It was modest. There was modest growth in the number of students from 2015 to 2016 at the end of the graph. Modest growth. So you can talk about a modest rise, a modest increase, a modest rise again? Oh, right, a modest growth. Modest growth. You can use the adverb modestly, but it's not often used. You normally use modest just as an adjective. Some synonyms: limited, small, and moderate, moderate. Your next word is sudden, sudden. So sudden is for something that happens quickly, and also it suggests something that's a little bit unexpected. And it can be used for relatively minor changes. So, for example, there was a sudden but modest increase in numbers from 2015 to 2016. It's a bit of an unexpected, that, because they had several years of steady decline before that, and then there was a sudden increase. So something changed. A bit unexpected. Numbers soared suddenly between 2010 and 2011. So it was going nowhere for several years, then suddenly soared. You can have a sudden rise and a sudden fall, a sudden increase, sudden decrease. You can also say fell suddenly, rose suddenly. So the adverb is very useful here too. Synonyms for sudden: you could use unusual. That suggests it's unexpected. Rapid, rapid. And immediate, immediate. So there are your 7 words for adjectives and adverbs connected with trends: dramatic, steady, sharp, rapid, steep, modest, and sudden. In this lecture, I'm going to look at some more trends vocabulary, a wider variety of trends vocabulary. Here are those 7 words: fluctuate, remain steady, stabilize, stagnate, overall, upwards and downwards. So the first word is fluctuate. Fluctuate. So when numbers fluctuate, they go up and down, usually very quickly. So for example, from 2004 to 2010, numbers fluctuated between 25 and 40. So they went up and down and up and down. You could also say from 2004 to 2010, numbers fluctuated around the 30 mark. Some common collocations with fluctuate wildly and fluctuate widely, so they go up and down a lot. They mean the same thing. Fluctuate around the number 30. Fluctuate between. So, as a verb, you can say fluctuates, fluctuating, fluctuated. You can also use the noun fluctuation, fluctuation. It's a very specialized word, fluctuate, so there aren't many synonyms. Hover, so you could say hovered around 30, or perhaps a word like shift, shifted, but there aren't any very good synonyms for fluctuate. Remain steady. Remain steady. If numbers remain steady, it means the numbers stayed about the same. Either the same or about the same level. It's kind of the opposite to fluctuate, so they're not going up and down, not by much. So between 2000 and 2003, numbers remained steady. So remain steady. You can have remain steady, remaining steady, remained steady. And some synonyms stayed the same, possibly stabilized. But stabilize means something slightly different, which I'll look at now. So stabilize, it's used to show contrast between a steady period and something that came before when it was unsteady, when it was not steady, when it was unstable. So if numbers fluctuated and afterwards remained steady, then we can say that numbers stabilized, they became steady. So before 2009, numbers were fluctuating. Then they stabilized for a year. So we could say between 2004 and 2009, numbers fluctuated before briefly stabilizing until 2010. Or between 2000 and 2004, numbers stabilized around the 75 mark. Before that, they were higher, then lower, they were unstable, and then they stabilized. So you can say stabilize at, stabilize around, briefly stabilize, suddenly stabilize. And here are the verb forms for stabilize. You can also have the noun form stabilization, but it's not very commonly used. Some synonyms: remain steady, fixed, is sustained. So numbers were sustained for several years, or maintained. Stagnate is your next word. Stagnate. When something stagnates, it stops developing or growing. And it's used more when talking about growth and development rather than simply numbers. And it suggests something bad. There's little growth, whereas before and maybe afterwards there was lots of growth. So if this graph were about growth, we could say the sentence, after a precipitous decline in 2004, growth stagnated. For another 6 years, there was no growth in this period. It was stagnating. Or you could say there was a period of stagnation between 2004 and 2010. You might want to say stagnated suddenly stagnated, or a period of stagnation. It's a verb, stagnate, so here are the verb forms. And there's the noun stagnation, stagnation. And some synonyms. Languish is a nice word, languish. Numbers languished at around 30 for several years. Stand still, stood still. Stall, growth stalled. Your next word is overall. Overall. Overall is a way of talking about the whole graph, the whole picture, the whole trend. So you talk about the entire graph with overall. So for example, overall, the numbers in this period declined by approximately 25. That's from 1998 to 2016. The overall trend is one of two periods at a high level with a low period in between. So you're talking about the big picture, the whole graph. The overall trend is a common collocation. The overall picture. The overall pattern. So they're all using overall here as an adjective. But you can also use overall as an adverb as well. So as an adjective or an adverb doesn't change, the form doesn't change. But some synonyms for overall in general. Generally speaking. General. And your next word is upward. Upward. And we're also going to look at downward. Downward is the next word, so upwards and downwards. So they're very useful general terms. So you could say, between 2015 and 2016, there was a slight upward trend. So it's an adjective. Upward trend. You can use it as an adverb, move upwards, rise upwards. Well, actually, of course, you wouldn't say rise upwards, actually, because rise suggests going up already. But move doesn't suggest going up or down. But it does when you say upwards. An upward trend, an upward movement, upward direction. Finally, downward. Downward. From 2011 to 2015, there was a prolonged downward spell. Prolonged means for a long time. There was a sharp downward movement between 2003 and 2004. So you move downwards. You can have a downward trend. Downward movement. Downward direction. So there are your seven words. Some more words for trends: fluctuate, remain steady, stabilize, stagnate, overall, upwards, and downwards. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at words connected with cause and effect. And here are your 7 words: attribute, chain reaction, derive, initiate, interdependent, interrelate, and repercussion. So your first word is attribute. Attribute. It's a verb, so I'm going to stress the second syllable, attribute, not attribute. Attribute is a noun. Attribute is a verb. If you attribute something to an event, you think that the thing was caused by that event. So he attributed his stomachache to something he ate at lunch. And this man, he's got a bad hangover. His head hurts. He feels really sick. Why? Well, last night he went to a party and drank lots of beer. Too much beer, in fact. He thinks the beer at the party caused his hangover. So he attributes his hangover to the beer. Here's another example. women tend to attribute their success to luck. The increased death rate was attributed to a severe outbreak of influenza. She attributed his bad temper to ill health. And some common collocations you attribute success to, attribute an increase to, and here are two examples of adverbs you partly attribute and you directly attribute something. Here are some forms, attributed, and some synonyms now: blame, associate, connect, trace, and credit. Your next word is chain reaction. Chain reaction. A chain reaction is a series of events, and each event leads to the next event. Now here's a line of dominoes. Dominoes. If I push the first domino, it will knock down the next domino, which will knock down the next domino, and the next, and the next, and the next. A chain reaction happens. So if I push the first domino, it starts a chain reaction. So a gas canister exploded and started a chain reaction of explosions. The factory closure led to a chain reaction of job losses in the local economy. Splitting an atom starts a chain reaction in which more and more atoms are split. So some collocations: you have a chain reaction of events, and a chain reaction occurs. It happens. You set off a chain reaction, and you can also trigger a chain reaction. Your next word is derive. Derive. Note you need to say d at the start, otherwise it sounds like drive, but no, derive, derive. So if something is derived from something else, it comes from that something else. So coffee comes from coffee beans. So coffee is derived from coffee beans. Aspirin is derived from something called salicylic acid. The word Easter is derived from Aostra, who is the pagan goddess of spring. And he derives a lot of fun from playing football. So some common collocations: derived from, derive authority, derive enjoyment, derive pleasure. So derive is a verb: derives, deriving, derived. And a noun form is derivative. So a derivative is something that has come from something else. So coffee is a derivative of coffee beans. Some synonyms now: gets, extract, acquire, obtain, received, and infer. Infer. When you get ideas from something else, we often say the idea was inferred. Your next word is initiate. Initiate. If you initiate something, you start it, or you cause it to happen. So the man with the starter gun, he initiated the race. He started the race. He initiated it. They wanted to initiate a debate on economics. Is that a good example? Peace talks were initiated by the president in May. Such ideas may initiate educational reform. So we initiate a process, we initiate an action, we can initiate proceedings, and a common preposition to go with initiate is by. So here are the verb forms: initiating, initiated. And the noun form is initiation, initiation. Some synonyms for initiate: start, set up, commence, launch, trigger, and begin. Your next word is interdependent. Interdependent. If things are interdependent, they need each other. They are dependent on each other. So this is the yin-yang symbol, a Chinese symbol. And yin-yang says that different forces are interdependent opposites often. So for example, light and shadow are interdependent. Day and night are interdependent. Even good and evil are interdependent. Interdependent starts with the prefix inter, which means between. So interdependent means there is a dependence between things. Some examples are in our globalized world. Countries are increasingly interdependent. Happiness is derived from a variety of interdependent factors. Computers on the internet are not just interconnected, they are also interdependent. So if one computer gets a virus, then lots of other computers can get a virus too. Some collocations we have: interdependent world, interdependent economy, relationships. And one common adverb is increasingly. We are increasingly interdependent. And some synonyms for interdependent: interconnected, mutually dependent, reciprocal, complementary. Our next word is interrelate. Interrelate. If things are interrelated, they have an effect on each other. It's similar in a way to interdependent, but often used in slightly different contexts. So weather patterns around the world are interrelated. Again, just like with interdependent, starts with the prefix inter, which means between, a relationship between things. The body and mind are interrelated. Social skills are in part about how we interrelate with other people. All the cells of your body are closely interrelated. So interrelate with is very common. Interrelate closely. And again, here are the verb forms. And a noun form: interrelationship. Interrelationship. So some synonyms for interrelate: affect, connect, link. And your next word is repercussion. Repercussion. So if an action or an event has repercussions, it causes things to happen, often unpleasant things to happen, usually for a long time afterwards. Starts off with repercussion. Percussion is to do with effects and hitting things in orchestras. Re is again. An example of repercussions: it was an event which was to have painful repercussions. Members of Congress were warned of the repercussions if they voted for war. This seemingly minor virus was to have serious repercussions for her health for years. So very bad repercussions for her health. So we often talk about serious repercussions, potential repercussions. Things have repercussions, decisions have repercussions, and sometimes we fear repercussions as well. So some synonyms: backlash, negative effect, fallout, reverberation, and side effect. So there are your 7 cause and effect words and phrases: attribute, chain reaction, derive, initiate, interdependent, interrelate, and repercussion.
In this video, we're going to be looking at 7 words connected with comparing and contrasting things. And here are your 7 words: complement, converse, differentiate, diverse, mirror, resemble, and synonymous. So our first word here is complement. Complement. If people or things complement each other, they are different or they do something differently. And this makes them a good combination. So they complement each other. So 2 people with different skills that help the other person, those 2 people complement each other very well. They go together. Complement. Note the spelling. There's an E here. So a complement with an E is what we're looking at. But complement with an I is when you say something nice to somebody. So they're 2 completely different words. Here's some example sentences for you. There will be a written test to complement the practical test. So the written test and the practical test go together. They support each other to assess the student. Their academic programme is complemented by a wide range of sporting and cultural activities. And some synonyms: you complemented by. You can have something that perfectly complements. So you often complement something. And you can have complementary skills. So complementary is the adjective form of complement. So it's a verb, so complements, complemented. And then there's complementary, the adjective form. And some synonyms for complement: accompany, add to, augment, and enhance, and supplement. Supplement is a slightly different meaning though. It means adding to rather than going together, but it's a medium close synonym there. Here's the next word: converse. Converse. So the converse of a statement is its opposite or reverse. Now, when writing, you can use conversely to introduce a completely opposite idea or situation. So basically we're talking about opposites. Converse. Not converse, by the way. Converse is what we're looking at. Converse is when you have a conversation with somebody. So for this particular word, you put the stress on the first syllable. So for example, your job affects where you live, and the converse is true. Where you live affects what job you will have. If taxes are high, savings will be low. Conversely, if taxes are low, savings will be high. They may reduce the activity of certain hormones, or conversely, they may cause excessive hormonal activity. So we often have the converse of something. So the converse is true is a very common phrase. So conversely is the adjective. And some synonyms. On the other hand is a good phrase to use. And opposite, of course, opposite. Here's your next word: differentiate. Differentiate. So if you differentiate between different things, you recognise or you show the difference between them. So you recognise differences between things, between people. So you can work out what's different about them, how they differ. So for example, a baby can differentiate between a smile and a frown. A child may not be able to differentiate between his imagination and the real world. They can't tell the real world apart from the fantasy world in their heads. Their brand was not differentiated enough from the competition. Now in this third sentence, differentiate here is about a quality or a feature. So the brand of the company, the quality, it's not different enough to that of the competition. So we can use differentiate for qualities as well. And here are some common collocations. You differentiate between things. You differentiate something from something else. You can have a differentiated product or a differentiating factor. And some forms: differentiates, differentiating, differentiated, differentiated. And differentiation is the process of trying to see the differences between people or things. And some synonyms: distinguish, and you point out differences. And your next word is diverse. Diverse. If a group or a range of things is diverse, it's made up of a wide variety of things, different things. So, for example, the country has a diverse range of habitats. Society is now much more diverse than ever before. The programme is enjoyed by a very diverse audience. And some common collocations: ethnically diverse, culturally diverse. You can have a diverse background, a diverse group. And we also talk about diversity. So diversity is a noun. And there's a verb as well: diversify. So diversifies, diversifying, diversified. And some synonyms for diverse: varied, differing, distinct, and assorted. Often with boxes of chocolates, you have an assorted box of chocolates. Lots of diverse chocolates. Here's your next word: mirror. Mirror. If something mirrors something else, then it has similar features to it. So it seems like a copy of that thing. It's like resemble or reflects. There are two things that mirror each other. So, for example, the story mirrors many of my own experiences. So my own experiences and the story are very similar. The debate over immigration often mirrors the debate over assimilation. And you can closely mirror, exactly mirror, or perfectly mirror, almost mirror. And it's a verb, so mirrors, mirroring, mirrored. And some synonyms for mirror: resemble, reflect, seem like, echo, embody, epitomize, epitomize. And a word that's very similar to mirror is resemble. Resemble. So if a thing or person resembles another, they are very similar to each other. So these two girls resemble each other, probably because they're twins. And some example sentences: some commercially produced venison resembles beef in flavour. It is true that both therapies do closely resemble each other. There was a remarkable resemblance between the two books. So resemblance is the noun form. You can closely resemble or strongly resemble. You often have a resemblance between things, and you can bear a resemblance. So somebody bears a resemblance to somebody else if they look almost the same. And it's a noun: resembles, resembling, resembled. And there's your noun as well: resemblance, resemblance. And some synonyms: look like, act like, be like. Here's echo again: be similar to. And your next word: synonymous. Synonymous. If you say that one thing is synonymous with another thing, you mean that the two things are very closely associated. So, for example, Paris is synonymous with elegance, with luxury, with style, with love as well. So Paris is synonymous with those things. It's the city of love. Here you are. In politics, power and popularity are rarely synonymous, so they don't go together. Champagne is synonymous with celebration. So here's a very common collocation: synonymous with. So for example, synonymous with quality, synonymous with wealth. So something can be synonymous. It is synonymous. Paris is synonymous with love. And some synonyms: equates with, identical. These are all, of course, synonyms for synonymous. And you've got interrelated, interchangeable, the same as, identified with. So Paris is identified with love. So there are your 7 words for comparing and contrasting things: complement, converse, differentiate, diverse, mirror, resemble, synonymous.
In this lecture, we're going to look at some vocabulary for describing changes. And here are the 7 words: acclimatise, merge, restore, amend, deviate, distort, divert. And your first word is acclimatise. Acclimatise. So we use the word acclimatise for when you get used to a new situation. And it's often used with climate and weather, but also more widely. So for example, here's a mountaineer and she's going to climb a mountain, but high in the mountains the air is very thin. There isn't much oxygen. It's very difficult to breathe, so she must first get used to the thin air, and she must therefore spend a few days in the mountains before she climbs, getting used to the thin air, getting acclimatized to the thin air. So she's getting used to the climate in the mountains. She's acclimatizing to the climate, basically. Climate is in the middle of the word acclimatise, without the E, of course. Acclimatise. The Z sometimes is spelled S. The ISE ending is quite common in British English, and the IZE ending is more common in American English, but they're both correct. For example, allow time for your body to acclimatise to the high altitude. Take a few days to acclimatise to the new time zone. And I'm sure that we will acclimatise very quickly to the new economic situation. So the third sentence is a more general use of acclimatise. this is a very common collocation. You acclimatise to something. So here is a verb acclimatises, acclimatising, acclimatised. And acclimatisation is the process. It's a noun, the process of acclimatising. Some synonyms: get used or get used to, conform, adapt, and adjust. Adjust. Here's your next word: merge. Merge. If one thing merges with another, they come together. They combine to make one whole thing. So here, 3 roads merge to become 1 road. And it's the same with rivers. 2 rivers merge to become 1 river. Also, you can have the same with companies, with business. If 2 businesses merge, they form a new company. So here is an example of that, in fact. The Bank of America merged with Merrill Lynch. Modern and traditional architectural elements merge in a clever way. So here you've got styles merging. We often use these 2 words together: merge with, merge into, merge together. And as a verb, you can have merges, merging, merged. And a noun: merger. Merger. You can also emerge from something by putting the E in front. So if you come out of a crowd and show yourself, you emerge from the crowd. You can also have unmerge. This is when 2 things separate. So maybe 2 companies unmerge. Some synonyms: amalgamate, join, blend, styles blend a lot, combine, unite. And your next word is restore. Restore. If you restore something, you make it exist again. So in England, in 1649, we got rid of the monarchy. So there was no king. But 11 years later, in 1660, we decided that we wanted the monarchy back. So we had a king again. So the monarchy was restored. We restored the monarchy. The army was brought in to restore order. The death penalty was restored. The new government restored confidence in the economy. And we restore confidence. Restore order, that's a common collocation. Restore peace. Restore democracy. Note the pronunciation of restore, not restore, but restore. And as a verb, you can have restores, restoring, restored. And the noun form is restoration. So you can have the restoration of the monarchy in England in 1660. You can bring back, that's a synonym: bring back, reinstate, re-establish, put back, rebuild, recover. And the next word is amend. Amend. So if you amend something, you change it, usually in a small way, and usually for the better. We often amend written documents, legal documents, constitutions, for example. The President agreed to amend the Constitution. Parliament may amend the proposed tax bill. We reserve the right to amend the terms and conditions. So we often amend a plan, amend a law, amend legislation, amend the Constitution. And it's a verb, so you can have amends, amending, amended, and the noun form is amendment, amendment. And some synonyms: alter, enhance, change, modify, correct. And here's the next word, deviate. Deviate. If you deviate from something, you start doing something differently or unplanned, and especially in a way that causes problems for others. In the middle of the word deviate is via, which is a Latin word which means way. So if you devia, it means you go from the way, you leave the way. So if you deviate, you go from the normal way of doing things. They stopped you as soon as you deviated from the script. Sub-Saharan Africa has wage levels that deviate significantly from international norms. So it's not normal. Galileo's ideas deviated markedly from those of his time. So you deviate from things, you can deviate significantly and markedly, or slightly. And it's a verb as well, so deviates, deviating, deviated. And the noun is a deviation. Deviation. And some synonyms, veer, vary, differ, diverge, depart. And your next word, distort. Distort. If you distort an object, you pull it so that it's out of shape, but you can also distort facts and ideas. So if you distort facts or ideas, you report these facts and ideas in an untrue way. You distort the facts. So, for example, the media distorts reality by showing people as all good or all bad. They're distorting reality. There are allegations that the government distorted scientific findings to justify its policies. So you can distort the truth, distort reality, distort competition, distort something, distort things by doing things, by lying sometimes. And as a verb, distorts, distorting, distorted. And the noun form is distortion, distortion. Some synonyms for distort: misrepresent, twist, warp, pervert, alter. And your next word, divert. Divert. If you divert something, you make it follow a different direction. So, for example, here's a plane. It was flying from Vladivostok to Moscow when it developed a fault. Oh no, so it needed to land. So it diverted to Novosibirsk and landed there instead. So the plane diverted to Novosibirsk. Here's some more examples. The project diverted water to the drought-prone areas. During the strike, we will divert ambulances to private hospitals. So you can divert something from or divert something to. You can divert attention. We often divert people's attention. Divert resources. And as a verb, diverts, diverting, diverted. And the noun form, watch what happens to the T. It goes away, diversion. Diversion uses an S. And some synonyms for divert: redirect, switch, pivot, deflect. So there are your 7 changes words: acclimatise, merge, restore, amend, deviate, distort, and divert. In this lecture, we're going to look at some vocabulary connected to changes. And here are the 7 words that we're going to look at: manipulate, refine, transition, enlarge, deteriorate, diminish, and eradicate. So the first word is manipulate. Manipulate. The general meaning of manipulate suggests control of some kind, either of people or objects. So when you say that someone is manipulating an event or a situation, you disapprove of what they're doing because the person is trying to change the event for their own benefit. You can also manipulate an object or a piece of equipment or even a difficult idea, so it suggests a skill as well. For example, the media is trying to manipulate the election results. They're trying to change the election results by saying things. The robot is manipulated by using a joystick, so you can control the robot with a joystick. Some collocations: you can manipulate the result, manipulate information, manipulate the situation, and a common preposition that goes with manipulate is by. You can manipulate something by doing something. Here are the different forms for the word manipulate. And for a noun, you can use manipulation. Manipulation. And here are some synonyms for manipulate: handle and shape, mould, influence, exploit, and control. The next word, refine. Refine. You refine a process, or an idea, or a skill. And if you refine those things, you make small changes that make the process, idea, or skill better. So when you refine something, you make things better, but with small changes. So for example, medical techniques are constantly being refined. Botanists are refining these classifications. They're making small changes to the classifications. And in the third sentence, you can refine your search by adding filters. So you're refining a choice. So for example, when you use Google search, you can add in search by date filters to make your search results better by refining your search. You can also refine substances like oil, sugar, and wheat. So refined sugar is white, and oil is refined by removing some impurities from it. You can refine a skill or a technique, and we often talk about refining a method. Here are some forms for refine. And for a noun, can you guess the noun form for refine? Here it is, refinement. Refinement. And some synonyms: improve, polish. Polish as in to make it better. Hone. The word hone means you hone a skill. You make your skills better. Perfect. Make and improve. Our next word is transition. Transition. A transition is the process where something changes from one state into another. So something changes. And the word transition has the prefix trans. Trans means between or across. So a transatlantic flight is one that flies across the Atlantic Ocean. A transvestite is a man who wears women's clothing. He kind of crosses the gender gap in clothing. He's a cross-dresser. Trans. Some examples here. The transition to a democracy was difficult. Young people need more support in the transition from school life to work. So when they're making an important change. In Beethoven's symphony, there is a beautiful transition between the second and third movements. So there's a change between the different movements there. Typical collocations are a transition from something or to something. We also talk about transition periods. And you can make a transition. And some common forms here. Transitions, transitioning, transitioned. The noun is simply transition. You've already got the ION ending, so you can use the verb form as a noun. Occasionally you might see the adjective transitional, transitional. So people often say the transitional period rather than the transition period. Some synonyms: change, path, changeover, transformation, shift, and passage. And the next word, enlarge. Enlarge. So enlarge means to get larger, to become larger or bigger. Enlarge. So we use silicone implants to enlarge the breasts. The glands in your neck may enlarge, especially if you're ill. And the European Union enlarged to 25 countries in 2004. That was called EU enlargement. So you enlarge something. And things can be greatly enlarged or slightly enlarged. And you can enlarge something by. So the preposition by goes with enlarge. Here are the forms: enlarges, enlarging, enlarged, and the noun, enlargement. And here are some synonyms for enlarge. You can make bigger, expand, extend, grow, and boost. The opposite of enlarge is diminish. Diminish. So when something diminishes, or is diminished, it becomes smaller or less important, less significant. So federalism is designed to diminish the power of central government. And hospitals are facing problems because of diminishing funding. The funding is going down, it's getting smaller. This could lead to diminished support for the war. So the support for the war may go down. Common collocations with diminish. You diminish pain, diminish something in size, in importance, and you can rapidly diminish as well. So diminish, diminishes, diminishing, diminished. And the noun form, this is actually very rare, diminution. Diminution. Rarely used. Also another noun, diminishment, which is very rarely used. Normally we would use a word like reduction instead, reduction. Some synonyms for diminish: lessen, decrease, lower, reduce, shrink, and abate. The next word is deteriorate. Deteriorate. If something deteriorates, it becomes worse in some way. Usually someone's or somebody's or something's condition deteriorates. So for example, here's a house and its condition, oh no, it's in a terrible state of decay. Its condition is deteriorating. The walls are falling down, the roof is damaged, the windows are falling out. The condition of the house is deteriorating. Some more examples. There are fears that the situation may deteriorate into full-scale war. His health rapidly deteriorated overnight. The condition of the roads deteriorated because of the floods. So the condition of something deteriorates. Somebody's condition deteriorates, rapidly deteriorate. Health deteriorates. And you can have a deteriorating situation. So here are some forms for deteriorate. And deterioration is the noun. And some synonyms for deteriorate: worsen, decline, degenerate, fall apart, weaken, and degrade. Our final word is eradicate. Eradicate. The stress is on rad. If you eradicate something, you get rid of it completely. You wipe it out. It ceases to exist. So doctors are fighting to eradicate malaria from Africa. Government policies sought to eradicate child poverty. And the head teacher wanted to eradicate lateness at school. So you eradicate from, you eradicate by. We often talk about eradicating disease and poverty as well, trying to wipe those things out. So eradicates, eradicating, eradicated, and eradication. Eradication is the noun. So some synonyms for eradicate: destroy, erase, wipe out, abolish, eliminate, and exterminate. So those are your 7 changes words: manipulate, refine, transition, enlarge, deteriorate, diminish, and eradicate.
In this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with opinions, giving opinions, stating opinions. And here are the 7 words: assertion, conjecture, contention, dogma, stance, skeptic, speculation. The first word is assertion. Assertion. If someone makes an assertion, they state an idea very firmly. Not always, though, with evidence. Politicians like to make assertions. And here's a politician making an assertion. He's very sure of himself, even though he doesn't have much evidence for his assertion. So, for example, there is concrete evidence to support assertions that the economy is contracting. She challenges the assertion that participation in organised sport teaches children teamwork. He made a confident assertion that the company would grow next year. So you make an assertion, you repeat an assertion, you can challenge an assertion and refute an assertion. So assertions is the plural form, and some synonyms: statement, argument, pronouncement, allegation, contention. And the next word is conjecture. Conjecture. A conjecture is a conclusion that is based on information that is not certain or not complete. So if we go back to this politician, he's making an assertion. You can just say to him, but you don't have any evidence. What you're saying is merely conjecture. It's just a conjecture he's making. There's no real backing to his ideas. So that was merely conjecture, not fact. Ozone creation is a very large-scale natural process, and the importance of human attempts to reduce it are a matter of conjecture. So in this, people are saying, well, the human attempts to reduce ozone, what's the importance of that? There's not full information yet. We don't have the full facts. It's conjecture. So things are a matter of conjecture. You can make conjecture about something. You can fuel conjecture. So you feed the ideas of the conjecture. You can spark conjecture. You start it. So you might spark conjecture about, the leadership of a political party. So some synonyms for conjecture: surmise, guesswork, hunch, hypothesis, supposition. Contention is the next word. Contention. Someone's contention is the idea or the opinion that they are expressing in an argument or a discussion. The person making a contention thinks it's true. Lawyers often make contentions. They put an argument together in order to convict or free someone in a court. And so they put forward a contention. They say it like it's true. They make arguments they believe are true, or arguments they say they believe are true. It's a contention. So this evidence supports the contention that the outbreak of violence was prearranged. There is sufficient evidence to support this contention. They hold the contention that no student should be compelled to pay for tuition fees. So you can support a contention, accept a contention, someone's contention. You can dispute a contention. And some synonyms: argument, assertion, idea, position, hypothesis, opinion. And the next word is dogma. Dogma. If you refer to a belief or a system of beliefs as a dogma, you disapprove of it because people are expected to think it's true without questioning it. So, for example, atheists. So to atheists, religious beliefs are dogmas because there is no evidence behind religious belief, but people believe it anyway. It's a dogma. At least to an atheist it is. Obviously not to a religious person. So their religious dogma has blinded them to the real needs of the people. He is fighting to free the country from the grip of dogma. They are now questioning the dogma of the ruling elite. So you can accept dogma, question a dogma, challenge a dogma. You can have a religious dogma. And the adjective form is dogmatic. So a dogmatic belief. And some synonyms for dogma: ideology, doctrine, creed, teachings, tenet, gospel. And stance is your next word. Stance. So your stance on a particular issue is your attitude towards that issue. So these protesters here, they are taking a stance. They have particular beliefs and they are making a stance about it. So for example, the Congress has agreed to reconsider its stance on the war. The Swiss frequently maintain a neutral stance in international affairs. And his stance towards the news story is similar to mine. So you can take a stance, maintain a stance, you can take a neutral stance, an aggressive stance. Some synonyms: position is a very close synonym. Attitude, posture, viewpoint. And skeptic is the next word. Skeptic. So a skeptic is a person who has doubts about things that other people believe. So they question the things that other people believe. They are a skeptic. So this man is a skeptic. You can spell it either with a C, SC, or a K. So often in American English, this often uses a K. He was a born skeptic. She now has to convince skeptics that he has a serious plan. Anyone who is skeptical of global warming and its consequences simply need to look at the evidence. So the third sentence, skeptical, is an adjective. A born skeptic is somebody who always questions things. You can silence the skeptics, persuade the skeptics, and you can be skeptical about something. So here are plural of skeptics. You can be skeptical. Skepticism. Skepticism refers to the state of being skeptical. So skeptics are people who have a lot of skepticism about something. Skeptic. Just a note about the spelling. Of course, make sure you have either a C or a K there. Skeptic is often confused with this word, septic. Septic, which is something completely different. The word septic relates to sewage or something poisonous. So you don't want to say that you're septic. You're a skeptic. So beware of the differences there. Some synonyms for skeptic: critic, cynic, dissenter, dissident, questioner, and this phrase I like, devil's advocate. If you're a devil's advocate, then you always take the opposing view, often just to make sure there's an argument. So you always question things. The next word is speculation. Speculation. If you make a speculation about something, you make guesses about something's nature or identity, or about what might happen in the future. Now, people often speculate about the future. Here's a picture somebody has drawn about the future, a future city. They're speculating what a future city might look like. So the Prime Minister has dismissed speculation about his plans to resign. I have published my speculations about the future in my latest book, The World in 2100. There are speculations that he might have died from a blow to the head. So you can have speculation about something, you can make a speculation, fuel speculation, dismiss speculation. So speculations you can have, and the verb form is speculate. Speculate. And some synonyms: guess, prediction, hypothesis, thought, opinion, belief. So there are your 7 words for opinions: assertion, conjecture, contention, dogma, stance, skeptic, speculation.
In this lecture, we're going to be looking at words connected with time. And here are your 7 words: consecutive, successive, penultimate, intermittent, periodic, concurrent, and coincide. So here is your first word: consecutive. Consecutive. If events are consecutive, they happen one after the other. So for example, this is the 3rd consecutive year that Barcelona have won La Liga. So they won it last year, and this year, and the year before. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are consecutive numbers. Photographs, taken at the same time on consecutive days, can be quite different from one another. So we often talk about consecutive years, consecutive days, consecutive numbers, and consecutive defeats or victories. Consecutive is an adjective, so you can turn it into an adverb: consecutively. And some synonyms for consecutive: sequential, successive, one after another. Your next word is successive. Successive, which is similar to consecutive. Again, it means something happens one after another, without a gap as well, same as consecutive. So you pronounce it successive, successive. So again, here's that same sentence again, but with successive. This is the 3rd successive year that Barcelona have won La Liga. Means exactly the same as consecutive. Greece was suffering from the failure of successive governments to curb the debt. Smith was the winner for the 3rd successive year. We can talk about 3rd successive, 2nd successive, 4th successive, successive governments, successive defeats, successive years. And again, it's an adjective, so you can turn it into an adverb: successively. So some synonyms for successive: consecutive, sequential, one after another again. Here's your next word: penultimate. Penultimate. The penultimate item in a series is the 2nd to last item, the last but one. So in this queue, the man on the left, he's at the front. The penultimate person in the queue is this lady here. She's the 2nd to last person, the last but one, the penultimate. Penultimate, it actually comes from the word ultimate, which can mean the best, also the furthest away. And the prefix pen can mean almost. So penultimate actually means almost the last, almost the furthest. Some examples here. The murder took place during the penultimate scene of the play. Juventus clinched the title in the penultimate game of the season. Clinch means won. So in the 2nd to last game, there was one game left. They'd already won the title. He gave his speech on the penultimate day of the conference. So we can talk about penultimate round, penultimate stage, penultimate phase, penultimate chapter. And some synonyms for penultimate: 2nd to last and last but one. Here's your next word: intermittent. Intermittent. Intermittent is something that happens occasionally and at irregular intervals. So it happens intermittently. So for example, after 3 hours of intermittent rain, the day's tennis was abandoned. So that means it rained for maybe 10 minutes, then stopped. And then it started again for half an hour, then stopped. And then it rained for 5 minutes and stopped again. So it was intermittent. It kept on stopping and starting and stopping and starting, and stopping and starting. Essential maintenance work may lead to intermittent power outages. And to learn more about intermittent fasting, read the Fast Diet. Intermittent fasting is when you stop eating for a day, maybe twice a week or once a week. You can do it intermittently. So we talk about intermittent rain, also intermittent pain, where your pain goes on and it comes and goes. It goes away after a bit. Intermittent problem, intermittent fault. It's an adjective, so you can make it into an adverb intermittently. And some synonyms: occasional, sporadic, patchy, periodic, infrequent, and fitful. Fitful. Here is one of those words, in fact, periodic. Periodic is something that happens occasionally, but at fairly regular intervals. So intermittent is occasionally, but at irregular intervals. Periodic is occasionally, but at regular intervals. So, for example, periodic checks are taken to ensure that high standards are maintained, so maybe once a month or once a year. Her grandfather was suffering from periodic bouts of illness, so maybe every week or every 2 months he got sick. If her grandfather was suffering from intermittent bouts of illness, it doesn't sound as serious to me, and it only happened rarely as well. Periodic is worse. We will issue updates to the app periodically. So we can talk about periodic reviews, periodic updates, periodic reports, periodic payments, maybe once a month. If you're into chemistry, you will have heard of the periodic table of the elements. The elements in the table appear at regular intervals, so they are periodic. And periodically is the adverb for periodic. And you can also use the word periodical. Now, a periodical is a journal or a magazine that's published at regular intervals, so maybe once a month or once every 2 months. And academic journals are often called periodicals. Some synonyms for periodic: regular, at fixed intervals, recurrent, repeated, and 2 examples really of periodic. They don't mean quite the same thing, annually and weekly, but these are synonyms that might come up in reading tests, for example. Concurrent is your next word. Concurrent. Concurrent events happen at the same time, so 2 events happening at the same time are concurrent. Concurrent. And you'll see the prefix con here. Current suggests something running or moving like electric current or the current of a river. Con means with or together, so concurrent means things running or moving together. Some examples: he will be serving 3 concurrent life sentences. They launched concurrent attacks by land, sea and air, so soldiers and the ships and the aeroplanes attacked at the same time. More than 40 parties were being held concurrently in the city, all at the same time. Some common collocations: concurrent with, concurrent sentences, concurrent events, concurrent symptoms. Again, it's an adjective, so you can turn it into an adverb: concurrently. And some synonyms for concurrent: at the same time, simultaneous as well, simultaneous, coincident. And here's your next word: coincide. Coincide. So if one event coincides with another event, they happen at the same time, which is similar to concurrent, but it has a more general meaning as well, one of agreement, which we'll look at shortly. So, for example, although his mental illness had coincided with his military service, it had not been caused by it, so they happened at the same time. The start of the solar and lunar years coincide every 13 years. And the last sentence is about opinions agreeing or coinciding. Their opinions often coincide. We often say coincide with. If something coincides a lot, it broadly coincides. Frequently coincide, rarely coincide. Coincide is a verb, so coincides, coinciding, coincided. Coincidence is a noun that comes from coincide. So when two or more related things happen at the same time, but by chance, it's a coincidence. So coincide. Concurrent is a synonym for coincide. Go along with. Coexist. Correspond. So there are your 7 time words: consecutive, successive, penultimate, intermittent, periodic, concurrent, and coincide.
In this lecture, we're going to be looking at vocabulary connected with thought processes. And here are the 7 words: anticipate, appreciate, comprehend, conceive, envisage, infer, recall. So anticipate. Anticipate. If you anticipate an event, you think about it in advance that it's going to happen and you're ready for it or you're excited about it. So for example, this man is anticipating life in a new country. He's about to arrive. He's getting quite excited. He's getting ready to start his new life. So anticipate. Ante means before. It's from the Latin word ante. So for example, banks anticipate further rate cuts over the next 3 months. I anticipate rain. So I anticipated rain, so I took an umbrella. Police anticipate that rivalry between drug gangs will lead to war. And some collocations, you anticipate a decline or a slowdown or a rise. Things can be widely anticipated as well, widely anticipated. Some forms for the verb: anticipates, anticipating, anticipated. And then the noun form is anticipation. So anticipate, anticipation. And some synonyms: expect, predict, forecast, foresee. Foresee. You can wait for and await. Wait for and await mean the same thing. Here's the next word: appreciate. Appreciate. If you appreciate a situation, then you understand it or you know what it involves. And if it's a good thing, it can also mean that you're thankful for it. So you can appreciate the beauty of nature, the calm, the tranquility of nature. You understand how important it is, and you can be thankful for it as well. So for example,
Many governments don't appreciate the importance of free speech. It is essential to appreciate the side effects of using antibiotics. This next sentence, I greatly appreciate your help, is more of a formal way of thanking someone. You're saying that you really liked, you're thankful for their help. So you can appreciate the importance or the seriousness of things. You can much appreciate. So I much appreciated your help. You can fully appreciate. When you fully understand a situation, then you fully appreciate it. So some verbs that for different forms: appreciates, appreciating, appreciated. And the noun form is appreciation. Appreciation. So an appreciation of a situation is an understanding of that situation. So somebody might have a strong appreciation of the importance of football, for example. Some synonyms: understand, recognize, acknowledge. Comprehend. Comprehend. So comprehend means understand, but we often use this word when we actually don't understand something, when we don't comprehend, we can't comprehend something. Not always, but it's quite a common use. So this woman here, she can't comprehend something. She doesn't understand it. So for example, he can't comprehend the implications of the new policy. Patients may not have enough information to comprehend their illness. And the third sentence is a more positive use of comprehend. We fully comprehend the seriousness of the situation. So it's a more formal use of understand. So you can fully comprehend, or at the other extreme, scarcely comprehend. You can comprehend the importance of something and the implications of something. So some verb forms: comprehends, comprehending, comprehended. And the noun form is comprehension. Comprehension. You often do reading comprehensions in tests to show how much you understand. And some synonyms: understand, of course, grasp, appreciate as well can be a synonym, and realize, realize. Conceive, conceive. Conceive means you think about or you imagine something. And again, it's often used with not and can't, but not always. It's often used, for example, when you come up with an idea. You come up with a good idea, you conceive an idea. So, for example, the government was unable to conceive the idea that they were wrong. J.K. Rowling conceived the idea of Harry Potter when she was on a train. She cannot conceive of herself being anything else but a doctor. And some common collocations: you conceive of something, or you conceive that something. You can't conceive of something, and you can conceive an idea. So the verb forms: conceives, conceiving, conceived, and conception is the noun form: conception. And some synonyms: believe, perceive, realize, accept, and the next two:
come up with and create are more about conceiving ideas. You come up with or you create ideas. Envisage. Envisage. If you envisage something, then you imagine it, but you imagine it's true or real or likely to happen in the future. So this woman here, she's envisaging something for the future. Envisage. Viz in the middle, from vision. So if you envisage something, then you make or you put into your head, a vision of something, of a thing. For example, he envisages a better future for the country. The peace plan envisaged the creation of an independent Palestinian state. I cannot envisage a stronger EU, European Union, without making it more democratic. So you envisage the creation of something. You envisage the possibility. You can originally envisage. So when you envisage something at the start, you originally envisage it. You can previously envisage something. So envisages, envisaging, envisaged are the verb forms. No noun form for this word. But some synonyms. Envision. Envision, envisage, envision, very similar verbs, often used, often swapped in use. So envision, envisioned, envisioning, imagine, consider, see, visualize and picture. Infer, infer. If you infer something, then you work out that something is true, often with incomplete information. You've got to read between the lines to understand something completely. You often have to infer information in a text, and detectives often have to infer information if they don't have enough evidence. So you infer things from an incomplete picture. So, for example, I inferred from what she said that you have not been well. So she didn't say this person is not well. She maybe said, oh, she didn't look very nice. She didn't look well. She looked pale. She was in bed all day yesterday. So you infer that she's not well. Astronomers can infer the mass of a star by its movement. So they don't weigh the star, but they can work it out from some other evidence. We can infer from his behaviour that he does not like you. So you infer the meaning and the existence of something. You can infer from something. You can reasonably infer something as well. If you're fairly close to the facts, you can reasonably infer the facts. So infers is one verb form. Inferring, note the second R you've got to put in, and the same for inferred. And the noun form is inference. Inference. So infer, inference for the noun. And some synonyms: deduce, conclude, assume, speculate, guess and reckon. Reckon is an informal form of guess or speculate. Recall. Recall. When you recall something, you remember it. You call it back into your mind. So this man here was recalling D-Day, I think, in World War II.
He's an old soldier. He's recalling the war. So recall. Call again. You call something back into your mind. You remember it. So, for example, I suddenly recalled where I left my phone. People often recall with sadness how life used to be simpler. And now the third sentence here is using recall as a noun, and we say recall. Recall. So her recall of detail is amazing. She's got a very good memory. Her recall. So you can use it as a noun. But the stress in the word moves to the front. Here's the verb collocations. Recall a conversation. You can recall something with happiness or sadness. But if you're doing it with happiness, you can fondly recall something. You can correctly recall details. And some verb forms. Recalls, recalling, recalled. Now I said one noun form is recall, but you can also have recollection. Recollection. So my recollection was correct. And some synonyms: remember, remind, think of. And so there are your 7 words for thought processes: anticipate, appreciate, comprehend, conceive, envisage, infer, recall.
In this video, we're going to look at 7 words connected with positive qualities for describing positive things. So, for example, here are the 7 words: compelling, constructive, credible, groundbreaking, integrity, optimum, and rigorous. And here's the first word: compelling. Compelling. So a compelling argument or a compelling reason is one that is very convincing and very persuasive. It makes you think that something is true or that something should be done. You really want to do it. It's compelling. So, for example, all the evidence makes a suicide verdict the most compelling answer to the mystery of his death. The evidence was so compelling that the government was forced to make the change. He made a very compelling argument for the dismissal of the case. So we talk about compelling argument, a compelling reason, compelling evidence, compelling data. And some synonyms: strong, irresistible. The next word is constructive. Constructive. So a constructive comment or a constructive argument or approach or discussion is useful and helpful rather than negative and unhelpful. So, for example, in the picture, you've got some constructive feedback. So maybe the employee is getting constructive feedback from his or her employer, and it's useful and helpful for them. Serbia has praised what they call a constructive approach to peace talks. After their meeting, both men described their talks as open and constructive. She received a lot of constructive criticism after her performance. So constructive criticism is a very common collocation. It's criticism that's useful and helpful to somebody. Helps them improve. Constructive talks. Constructive role. And constructive comment as well. So constructive and constructively constructively is the adverb. And some synonyms: positive, useful, usable, productive, effective, practical. Practical because you can go away and use the constructive feedback, the constructive criticism. Your next word is credible. Credible. So something that is credible means it can be trusted or believed. It's very believable. It's credible. So I'm able to believe it. It's from the Latin word credere, which means to believe. So something credible is able to be believed. So for example, her claims seem very credible, very believable. To maintain a credible threat, we must maintain the alliance. His story was scarcely credible, so not very credible, not very believable. Something can be credible to someone. Something can appear credible or sound credible, but if it's not very credible, it's scarcely credible. Credibility is the noun. It's not a very common word, but this word is very common. Incredible. Incredible. So that means unbelievable. It's amazing often. Something incredible is so unbelievable, it's amazing. So credible, believable is a synonym. Plausible, conceivable, honest, trustworthy. Groundbreaking is the next word. Groundbreaking. So something groundbreaking is important because it provides new ideas, usually very positive ones, and it influences the way people act or think. So it breaks new ground. It makes advances. So Einstein, this is Albert Einstein on the left, and his ideas were groundbreaking. It changed the world. It changed science. She published her groundbreaking book on psychology in 1986. Their groundbreaking research will have a major impact on the way we treat disease. Alexander Fleming's groundbreaking discovery of penicillin changed the world. So we can talk about groundbreaking research, groundbreaking discovery, groundbreaking work, and something that is really groundbreaking is truly groundbreaking, truly. And some synonyms: original, innovative, cutting edge, radical, revolutionary, and I love this word, trailblazing. Trailblazing. Integrity is the next word. Integrity. So if you have integrity, you are honest and firm in your values, in your morals. You tell the truth. You're good to people. You treat people well. You're honest. I have always regarded him as a man of considerable integrity. The game relies on the integrity of the individual to abide by the rules. Most politicians today lack integrity, so they don't tell the truth. We talk about the integrity of someone. We can question someone's integrity. You can have personal integrity, artistic integrity, and some synonyms: honesty, principle, sincerity, virtue. And the next word, optimum. Optimum. So the optimum level or state of something or someone is the best level or state that it could achieve. The state at which someone or something can achieve its very best. So these athletes are performing at their optimum level, maybe at the Olympics. So an athlete needs to be at their optimum level, their peak level, when they're competing at the Olympic Games. To maintain optimum health, exercise 3 times a day. 3? Dear. They are the regions which enjoy optimum conditions for farming. He reached his optimum fitness level just in time for the Olympics. So optimum level, optimum size, optimum condition, optimum state. So optimum is an adjective, and so is optimal. Optimal. And those two words are interchangeable. You can perform at an optimal level of fitness at the Olympics. And some synonyms: ideal, maximum, most favourable, peak. And this next word is slightly different, but it's similar: perfect. And the next word, rigorous. Rigorous. So an exam or a system or procedure or investigation that is rigorous is very thorough, very precise, very strict, very tough. And this soldier is undergoing a rigorous test of his physical ability. So the government is going to introduce more rigorous testing of children. The pathology department uses a rigorous system of blood analysis. The soldiers underwent rigorous training before being sent into the war zone. We talk then about rigorous testing, rigorous scrutiny, rigorous analysis, and a rigorous examination. It's tough, it's difficult. And you can have an adverb, rigorously. So here are some synonyms for rigorous: thorough, strict, tough, meticulous, uncompromising. So there are your 7 words for describing positive qualities: compelling, constructive, credible, groundbreaking, integrity, optimum, rigorous. In this video, we're going to be looking at words connected with negative qualities. And here are the 7 words: abnormal, adverse, deficient, deprived, negligent, shortcoming, volatile. And the first word is abnormal. Abnormal. Someone or something that is abnormal is unusual, especially in a way that is worrying for other people. Basically, abnormal means not normal, but in a kind of slightly worrying way. So abnormal heart rhythms should be checked by a doctor. It's not normal and it's worrying as well. Nothing abnormal was detected. The child had an abnormal fear of strangers. So you can have abnormal bleeding, abnormal behaviour, these are common collocations: abnormal heartbeat, abnormal cells. And you can have also a noun, abnormality. So you have abnormal, abnormality. So some synonyms: aberrant, deviant, irregular, unusual, strange, odd. And the next word is adverse. Adverse. So adverse decisions, conditions, or effects are unfavourable to you. They're bad for you. They don't help you. They are negative. So here is some adverse weather. It's very difficult to drive in this weather. Here's some example sentences. A high dosage of vitamins may lead to adverse side effects. Despite the adverse conditions, the bridge was finished in just 8 months. Because of the adverse weather, they had to abandon the football match. So some common collocations: adverse conditions, adverse weather, adverse publicity, adverse effect. And adverse is an adjective, but you can turn it into a noun with adversity and into an adverb adversely. And some synonyms for adverse: negative, unfavourable, disadvantageous, disadvantageous. Deficient is your next word. Deficient. If someone or something is deficient in a particular thing, they do not have the full amount that they need of it in order to function properly or to work properly. So this man is deficient in sleep. He doesn't have enough. He hasn't had enough sleep to keep on working properly. You can also be deficient in vitamins, so a poor diet is deficient in vitamins and minerals. The proposal was deficient in several ways. Sleep deficiency can have serious health consequences, so here you have the noun form. So you can be deficient in something, deficient in an area, seriously deficient if it's really bad. You can be morally deficient. So deficiency is the noun. And some synonyms for deficient: inadequate, lacking, insufficient, weak, faulty, and impaired. So the last 3 synonyms relate to the use of deficient in, for example, machinery, when something is not good enough for its purpose, so the machinery is faulty or it's impaired. Deprived. Deprived is the next word. Deprived people, or people from deprived areas, do not have the things that people consider to be essential in life. For example, you might have people living in an area of poor housing or high unemployment, so it's a deprived area. Deprived, so it's sort of de-privileged. Priv from privilege. So somebody who is deprived is also underprivileged or de-privileged. So there is, by the way, no word de-privileged. We say underprivileged if you're deprived. So deprived and underprivileged. And some example sentences. They are among the most seriously deprived children in the country. There are many problems associated with life in deprived inner city areas, problems like crime, housing problems. In this deprived neighbourhood, he was one of the few young men with a job. So the common collocations, we often talk about deprived area, deprived neighbourhood, deprived childhood, deprived upbringing. So deprived. And deprivation is the noun form. So deprived, underprivileged. Destitute, if things are really bad, if you're completely poor, have no money. Poor, impoverished. The next word is negligent. Negligent. So if someone, usually in a position of responsibility, is negligent, then they don't do something, they haven't done something that they should do. So this driver here, she's being negligent. She's not looking at the road, she's not looking at the children crossing the road. She's texting instead or reading her text. She's a negligent driver. Here's some more examples. The jury determined that the airline was negligent in training the crew. The council had acted in a negligent manner. The claims were made against a negligent third party for personal injury. So you can be negligent in something. You can commit a negligent act. You can be criminally negligent, grossly negligent. So that's, if you're negligent in a very big way, you are grossly negligent. And the noun of negligent is negligence. Some synonyms: neglectful, careless, remiss. Shortcoming is the next word. Shortcoming. Someone or something's shortcomings are the faults or weaknesses which they have, and this bridge has some serious shortcomings. Here's some more examples. Marriages usually break down as a result of the shortcomings of both partners. His book is entertaining, but it has its shortcomings. It's not perfect. Manchester United's defence displayed some serious shortcomings. So you can have a shortcoming of something. You can highlight a shortcoming. You can have serious shortcoming. Glaring shortcoming. Staring at you. So bad. So shortcomings is the plural. And some synonyms: failing, weakness, defect, flaw, imperfection, and deficiency. And your final word is volatile. Volatile. So a situation that is volatile is likely to change very suddenly and unexpectedly, often for the worse. If a situation is volatile, things can get really bad really quickly and unexpectedly. Stock markets, for example, can often be very volatile. Share prices go up and then suddenly they go down. Everyone has a shock. They are volatile prices. There have been riots before, and the situation is volatile. The international oil markets have been highly volatile since the early 1970s. Armed soldiers guard the streets in this volatile atmosphere. So you can have a volatile market, volatile atmosphere. Things can be highly volatile, increasingly volatile. And the noun form of volatile is volatility. Volatility. So volatile, volatility. And some synonyms for volatile: unstable, unpredictable, unsettled, fickle. Fickle is often something you have for people. People can be very fickle if they change their minds, if they change their opinions very quickly and suddenly. Erratic. So there are your 7 words for negative qualities, for talking about negative things: abnormal, adverse, deficient, deprived, negligent, shortcoming, and volatile. In this video, we're going to look at 7 words connected with research methods. And here are the 7 words: collate, correlate, empirical, hypothesis, theory, qualitative, and quantitative. And here's the first word: collate. Collate. When you collate pieces of information, you gather them all together usually for examination or analysis later on. So you organise maybe lots of bits of paper for analysis later on. And here's some example sentences. She has spent years collating the data on which her study is based. They have begun to collate their own statistics on racial abuse. The organisation has collated a great deal of information on reading difficulties. And some common collocations: you collate information, you collate data, you collate figures, and you can collate statistics. And collate is a verb, so collates, collating, collated. And collation is the process of collating something. And some synonyms for collate: assemble, collect, gather. Your next word is correlate. Correlate. So if one thing correlates with another, there is a close connection between them, often because one thing causes the other thing. So you can say that if two things correlate. So for example, eating too much correlates with getting fat, because eating too much causes getting fat. Some more example sentences. Obesity, here we are. Obesity correlates with an increased risk of diabetes. The political views of spouses correlate more closely than their heights. And the loss of respect for British science is correlated to reduced funding. Some common collocations: something correlates with something else. Something correlates to something else. Things can correlate strongly or closely. There's a very strong connection between them. So it's a verb, so correlates, correlating, correlated. Correlation is a noun, so there is a correlation between obesity and diabetes. And some synonyms for correlate: equate, compare, link, interact, tie in. And your next word is empirical. Empirical. So empirical evidence, or an empirical study, relies on practical experience or evidence rather than actual theory. So it's things you can see, things you can measure as evidence. So for example, there is no empirical evidence to support the existence of God. She published a series of empirical studies. Empirical findings confirm the existence of black holes. So we talk a lot. This is a very, very strong correlation. Empirical evidence. But you can also have empirical data, empirical study, empirical finding. So empirical is an adjective, and you can have it as an adverb too, empirically. Empirically. And some synonyms: evidence-based, experimental, observational, and factual. And the next word is hypothesis. Hypothesis. A hypothesis is an idea which is suggested as a possible explanation for something, for a particular condition or situation, but it hasn't yet been proved to be correct. So it's just an idea, but it's an idea that needs to be tested with evidence or experiments to see if it's true. So this lady here, she's got a hypothesis. Now she wants to go away and test it and find some empirical evidence to prove her idea. So for example, work will now begin to test the hypothesis that flies are affected by Wi-Fi signals. Different hypotheses have been put forward to explain why these foods are more likely to cause health problems. So you've got hypotheses, the plural of hypothesis. You can test a hypothesis, support a hypothesis, confirm a hypothesis, or propose a hypothesis. So there's the word again, and just to remind you, the plural is hypotheses. You can also hypothesize. This is the verb for making a hypothesis. So you hypothesize something. There's also an adjective, hypothetical. So a hypothetical idea needs to be tested. Some synonyms: idea, assumption, conjecture, thesis, proposition. Also, sometimes you can have theory as a synonym of hypothesis, but really in science, they're different things. They're not the same at all. In science, a hypothesis is an idea that needs testing. A theory is a hypothesis that has been successfully tested and proved to be correct, so it's a fact. So in science, the two words are actually different. So for example, in science, the theory of evolution is pretty much a scientific fact. There's evidence for it, lots of evidence. As far as a scientist is concerned, a theory is true. It's like a fact. But the confusion comes with general use. A lot of people use the word theory to suggest an idea, which in science, that's not the case at all. In science, a theory is a proven hypothesis, not just an idea. So let's go on to the word theory. Okay, theory. So in science, a theory is a group of tested hypotheses or propositions, and they're commonly regarded as correct. So a theory can be used as a principle to explain and predict the universe around us. But as I said before, sometimes in common everyday use, the word theory is often used just to refer to the ideas themselves, not the facts behind them. So, for example, there are conflicting theories as how children best learn to read. So that's an idea. Einstein's theory of relativity explains much of our understanding of the universe. So this is a law. This is the use of theory as a law, as a physical law, a scientific fact, if you will. In theory, mapping the human genome may lead to thousands of cures for disease. And here the word theory is being used as a kind of line of thought. So as you can see, theory has got several different meanings, really. We talk about the theory of something. You can develop a theory. And according to the theory of something, and in theory is quite a common fixed phrase. So we talk about theories, and something can be theoretical as well. That's the adjective. So some synonyms. The first two relate to the scientific use of the word law and rule. But don't forget, it can also mean things like ideas and arguments, propositions, and philosophies in more general use. Here's the next word, qualitative. qualitative, which means relating to the nature or character or standard of something, its qualities or features, rather than to quantities. So it might be talking about people's thinking or people's opinions. So, for example, we know that there are qualitative differences in the way children and adults think. So the two adults here thinking in different ways to the child, to the baby. And there's that sentence. Another example, high quality research may contain a combination of qualitative and quantitative data. Her qualitative research includes interviews and observations. So qualitative research often includes interviews with people, observations of people acting, doing something. We often talk about a qualitative difference, a qualitative study, a qualitative piece of research, and qualitative data. And you can turn it into an adverb, qualitatively. And some synonyms. It's difficult to think of synonyms for this word, but here are some examples of qualitative data. So interviews, focus group, observation, action research, case study. So when we talk about research, we often talk about qualitative data, and the other one, quantitative data. Quantitative. Quite hard to say, in fact. Quantitative. And this relates to different sizes, different amounts of things, different numbers, data, measurements, quantities, amounts. Things you can measure, things you can quantify. So, for example, she made use of quantitative data of migration patterns. Their quantitative research included the statistical analysis of currency fluctuations. Quantitative studies have shown no measurable impact on the economic effects of a ban on smoking. So we can talk about a quantitative study or data, quantitative research and analysis. And you can have an adverb as well, quantitatively. And some synonyms, statistical, measurable, numerical. So there are your 7 words for research methods: collate, correlate, empirical, hypothesis, theory, qualitative, and quantitative.
So in this lecture, we're going to look at 7 words connected with texts, especially academic texts. And these are the 7 words: abstract, bibliography, commentary, footnote, paper, periodical, précis. And here's your first word, abstract. Abstract. An abstract is an abstract of an article or a document is a short summary of the article or the document. So it gives the main points, and it's commonly used in academic papers. So here's an academic paper, and you can see the abstract at the top. They're very useful. Many scientists only have time to read the abstracts of academic papers. Some library indexes also contain abstracts or summaries of articles. The abstract of many papers often tells you everything you need to know. So we talk about an abstract of something, an abstract of a paper, for example. You can read an abstract and write an abstract. Some synonyms for abstract: summary, précis, outline, synopsis. Your next word, bibliography. Bibliography. That's a list of the books and articles that are referred to in the text of a book or the text of an academic paper. And they're always used in academic books and papers, and they're put at the back of the books and papers. Bibliography, just a list of books and articles too. It comes from the Greek. Biblio means books in Greek, and graphy is to do with writing. So a bibliography is writing a piece of text about books. For example, readers interested in further readings should check the bibliography at the back of the book. I have included an extensive bibliography at the rear of the book. Please refer to the bibliography for references contained in the paper. You can compile a bibliography, refer to the bibliography, that means read it. Similarly, consult the bibliography. People often write about an extensive bibliography, a very long one. And there's the plural of bibliography, bibliographies. Synonyms for bibliography include reading list, further reading, and a list of books. Commentary. Commentary. A commentary is an article or a book which explains or discusses something. So the writer of a commentary makes lots of comments, usually very detailed comments about something. So for example, Mr. Barnes will be writing a weekly commentary about life in Poland. It is an insightful commentary about life in China. He is a top political commentator from Moscow. So you can have a commentary about, a commentary on, an informative commentary, a detailed commentary. And the plural for commentary is commentaries. The person who writes a commentary is a commentator. Commentator. So commentary, commentator. Synonyms for commentary include an analysis, critique, review, explanation, exposition, and description. Footnote is your next word. Footnote. A footnote is some writing, a note at the bottom, at the foot of a page, which gives more detailed information about something in the text. So, for example, she has added several footnotes to the document. You can add footnotes to the page by selecting the footer option. That's if you're using a word processor like Microsoft Word. So you can add a footnote, refer to the footnote. You have a footnote in a book, an accompanying footnote. Your next word is paper. Paper. So in academic writing, a paper is a long formal piece of writing, often describing some research. So here you have a lady, an academic, maybe a professor, giving a paper. So he recently published a paper in the journal. This controversial paper suggests that many cases are self-inflicted, and she will present a paper on her research into the lifestyle of the gibbon tomorrow at 1:30. So we talk about present a paper, publish a paper, an academic paper, and you talk about a paper on. Also, give a paper is a very common collocation. So academics give papers when they read things out, when they give a lecture. Some synonyms are thesis, dissertation, essay, article, research, study. And where do papers get published? Well, they get published in periodicals. Periodical. So periodical, they are magazines often on an academic subject or to do with current affairs, to do with news, politics, which are published at regular intervals. So, for example, once a month, or once every 2 months, or once a week, or once a year. They are periodicals because they're published at fixed periods. So, for example, the university library contains an extensive collection of periodicals. This important periodical is published 6 times annually. He has published several papers on this subject in a variety of popular periodicals. So you can have an educational periodical, popular periodical, a periodical article, and you can edit a periodical as well. And some synonyms: journal, magazine, and publication. Here's your next word: précis. Précis. A précis is basically a summary. It's a short written account of something which gives the key points but not the details. It's similar to an abstract, in fact. Précis. You can see in the middle we have the French letter E, the E acute. So it's basically a French word that's come into English, and we haven't changed the spelling at all. It's quite rare for this to happen in English, but it does happen occasionally. The plural of précis is in fact spelt exactly the same, but it's pronounced précise. So you have 1 précis and 2 précises. For example, a précis of the manuscript was sent to the magazine. The power of this story cannot be judged from a précis of the plot. And he wrote a précis of the book for the Times newspaper. So you can have a précis of something, such as a book, a précis of a book. You can have a brief précis. You can also have, if it's bad, an inaccurate précis. So some synonyms for précis: summary, synopsis, outline as well, outline. So there are your 7 words then: abstract, bibliography, commentary, footnote, paper, periodical, and précis.